que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que um banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
We are proud of a past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, the restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
The African Union has launched the African Single Electricity Market, AFSEM. Spanning the continent, it is set to become one of the largest in the world, helping provide modern energy to hundreds of millions of people. Despite its rich energy potential and the recent growth of installed generation capacity, Africa lags behind global energy trends. It remains at 3% of global installed capacity, with very low electricity consumption per capita. 640 million Africans still lack access to electricity, most of them from rural areas where less than 27% of the population has access. The AFSEM aims to provide African households, businesses, and industries with more secure, sustainable, reliable, competitive, and affordable electricity. It is aligned with the African Continental Free Trade Area, which aspires to create a single market for goods and services to deepen economic integration. Since 2015, the African Union, with the support of the European Union, has been making efforts to harmonize Africa's regional electricity markets, culminating in the creation of the AFSEM. The policy paper, roadmap, and governance structure for the AFSEM were adopted by the African Union's heads of state and government on 7 February 2021. The AFSEM, which is expected to be fully operational by 2040, will provide a common energy governance system for the continent's interconnected electricity infrastructure, linking the 5 current regional power pools by way of a continental power master plan, a blueprint to enable seamless cross-border trade in electricity. Continental-level governance is an opportunity for the energy transition in Africa. The economies of scale brought by the AFSEM, coupled with Africa's enormous potential for renewable electricity, will help leverage innovative solutions such as smart metering, smart grids, and automated distributed energy resources, making the AFSEM the most advanced electricity market in the world and a major player in the global green energy sector. The AFSEM is designed to bring greater energy security, sustainability, and competitiveness. It exemplifies the African Union's vision for an integrated and prosperous continent, enabling productive transformation, creating jobs, and fueling economic development, so that no one is left behind.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental, sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e oferece respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente: interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira Cimeira sobre o Financiamento para o Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro.
Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Bom dia a todos. Good morning, everyone. Excelentíssimos ministros, distintas autoridades, caros convidados, sejam bem-vindos à terceira Cimeira sobre Financiamento para o Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third Summit on Financing for Infrastructure Development in Africa. Para começo da nossa agenda do dia, vamos dar início à nossa sessão intitulada Diálogo entre Ministros e Investidores sobre a mobilização de capital interno para infraestruturas, fundos soberanos e fundos de pensões. For the beginning of our agenda for today, we'll start now with our session entitled Minister and Investors Dialogue on Mobilizing Domestic Capital for Infrastructure, Sovereign Wealth and Pension Funds. To moderate the session, I will call on stage Mr. Amin Idris Adum. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back this morning to our session of the day, which is probably one of the most important sessions that we're going to have around the Luanda Financing Summit, and which will be around the theme of domestic resource mobilization and very specifically sovereign wealth fund and pension funds in Africa. How can we utilize the assets that we have right now in Africa to finance our infrastructures and to finance our industrialization? In fact, to finance basically our economic independence. In this continent, the estimates, and it varies, but numbers are quite accurate, there is an estimate of about $2.5 to $3 trillion of assets under management from the national wealth funds, sovereign wealth funds, from our pension funds, from our insurance companies. But as you know, we are quite struggling to utilize those assets that we have and to put them into investable projects, particularly in infrastructures or industrial development or social development. A few years ago, the African Union came with a proposal that we have called the 5% agenda. The 5% agenda, the idea here was to say, if we manage to convince our sovereign wealth funds and our pension funds to just put 5% of their assets under management into our infrastructure projects, we may be capable of closing the gap of financing that we are speaking about, the 80 to 130 billion yearly that we need to make sure that we achieve our goals in terms of transport at national level, regional level, connectivity at the regional and continental level, but also access to energy, renewable, clean energy. Our gap in terms of access to digital tools, data center, computing power, fiber, and making sure that our citizens can connect with each other and enter into the digital economy, as everyone is doing right now. So there is a lot to say about that, and to organize the conversation, I have the honor to call the following people, distinguished personalities on the panel. First, we have Mrs. Maropen Ramokopa, or the Director General, actually, of the Ministry in South Africa. If the Minister is if the Minister is around, we can actually call the Minister. We have no, all right. We have them? No, all right. We have His Excellency Fernando Rafael, Minister of Public Works, Housing and Water from the government of Mozambique. Honorable Minister, please join me on the stage. We have Mrs. Josefilda Klapo Klope, who is Deputy Director General, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Presidency of South Africa. Madame Josefilda, please join me on the stage. We have Mr. Gerald de Jesus Antonio, who is Senior Investment Analyst at the Fundo Soberano de Angola. Please join me on the floor. Madame Rita Babiugan Sanza from Africa Finance Corporation. She's the Chief Economist there. Dr. Rita, would you like to join me on the floor? Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, who is ED, Executive Director at the World Bank. Madame Zainab Ahmed. Dr. Albert Zefak, who is the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa region at the World Bank. Dr. Zefak, would you like to join me on the floor? Mrs. Yepsira Zaudie, who is a Sustainable Development Finance and Financial Equity Investor partnership and resource mobilization. Mr. Hosea Kili, who is Group Managing Director and Executive Officer at CPF, and who is at the same time the council member of ASA, Association of Africa Social Security. He is also the former chairman of ASA. Mr. Hosea Kili, would you like to join me on the floor? We have as well Mr. Meshak Bandawe, who is the CEO of ASA, who is here. I know his former chairman is here, but Mr. Meshak would like as well to hear from you. And Mr. Anthony Mutiga, sorry, Senior Advisor, Asset Management and Resource Mobilization at the TDB Group. Mr. Anthony, Mr. Joao Salvador Quinta, the CEO of Angola Development Bank. Please join us. Mr. Pedro Vieira Santos, the CEO of Omatapalo. And finally, Mrs. Jose Nogueira, who is Chief Financial Officer at Mota and Gil. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the distinguished panel that I have the pleasure and the honor to moderate for this morning session. This morning session about domestic resource mobilization. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start, Your Excellencies, we are going to start this session. Basically, I have organized the talk this morning around three guiding questions. Those three guiding questions are quite important because this is a policy conversation. We are not going to go into technicalities. We are going to really stay at the level of policy so that we try to understand what's going on, basically, and then what do we need to do to make sure that we unlock, we remove the roadblocks so we can unlock actually the access of our economy, African economies, to the funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, all those assets that we have and which are not utilized as of today. So we will ask this question and we'll explore some responses about what are the three top enablers to align sovereign wealth funds and pension funds with national infrastructure priorities. That's question number one. How can political reforms and governance build investor confidence? What role should blended finance and regional platforms could play, like InfraCredit, ASIF, ASA, AMFI, for example, and how to ensure risk-adjusted returns while achieving development outcomes? I will start by His Excellency Minister, basically, since this is a policy conversation, to ask him, Honorable Minister, how can political reforms and governance build investor confidence so that our own fund managers handling management of our sovereign wealth funds and our pension funds would have enough confidence to direct their investment into our continent and more specifically into infrastructure projects. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. With your permission, I would like to speak in Portuguese in order to make it clear our vision for Mozambique. Em primeiro lugar, era importante mencionar que, de facto, a mobilização do capital doméstico representa um desafio para o continente africano e, ao mesmo tempo, deve ser olhado como uma oportunidade. É importante que haja mudança de paradigma, porque só assim pode-se gerar recursos necessários para permitir um desenvolvimento de infraestruturas para o continente. Posso partilhar aqui alguma experiência de Moçambique, que deu um passo significativo com a criação do Fundo Soberano. Estamos a dizer aqui que um dos mecanismos para mobilizar esses recursos é a via do Fundo Soberano, a via de pensões, seguro e mercados de capitais. No caso de Moçambique, foi criado este Fundo Soberano que visa capitalizar a utilização dos recursos provenientes da exploração do gás natural liquefeito da bacia do Rovuma. Este fundo é usado para projetos estratégicos e que geram um impacto significativo na economia do país e também do continente. O modelo de gestão desses recursos é claro, 60% ela é aplicado para o plano econômico, social e orçamento do Estado anual, que visa financiar atividades, e 40% deste fundo é usado para capitalização de longo prazo, é o recurso depositado no Banco Central. Portanto, Moçambique já deu este passo de mobilizar esse recurso, que é a exploração do gás natural. Por outro lado, falou-se aqui também do fundo de pensões. Este fundo deve ser usado com algum cuidado, tendo em conta o objetivo central, que é financiar a longo prazo as pensões ou os pagamentos associados com estas pensões. E pode ser usado, sim, para projetos estruturantes, desde que esses projetos sejam viáveis e sustentáveis e que sejam produtivos, de modo a assegurar o rendimento e o retorno do capital. E temos feito o uso deste fundo com este cuidado e nestas perspectivas que aqui me refiro. Em relação ao mercado de capitais, também Moçambique tem bolsa de valores, tem estado a crescer e há necessidade aqui de reforçar com instrumentos inovadores que possam mobilizar investidores domésticos e diáspora africana, de modo a gerar estes recursos que aqui se pretende para construir o nosso continente com infraestruturas resilientes e seguras. Portanto, é importante regular este mercado, é importante regular, criar políticas transparentes, é importante criar condições de mitigação de risco e também desenvolver instrumentos financeiros inovadores, porque só assim é que podemos gerar mais recursos e transformar esse desafio numa oportunidade. Iria parar por aqui.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your response. In fact, obviously, we really need to reform our governance system to make sure that we ease processes, life of our own sovereign funds and pension funds. But I would like as well to ask Madame Josephilda Nklaponklope from South Africa, who is Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. What do you think, what's your take on what the Minister has just said? Madame Josephilda.
Thank you, Amin. I come from a space of mobilizing institutional capital from the US and Canada and Europe into Africa for infrastructure projects. and also African pension funds to invest within their countries for infrastructure projects. So that's the space I am coming from, and the Honorable Minister mentioned the bold moves that his country is undertaking. But allow me to also propose a little bit more bold idea. We know that our pension funds right now, along with our sovereign wealth fund, $700 billion across the continent, so Africa does not lack capital currently. However, our youngest continent, with 60% of the population being under 30, our people will be our future wealth. And I think we should strengthen this demographic into a financial strength. We must begin turning human capital into a balance sheet capital. Across the continent, pension fund penetration is very shallow and uneven. Take Ethiopia, for example, with 120 million people, with assets equal to less than 3% of the GDP. And it only covers 2.5% of the workforce. That's pretty low. Consider Mauritius and Zambia. Each manage pension assets in the $3 billion range, similar to Ethiopia. But Mauritius sits nearly 11% of GDP, and Zambia's ratio is also well above Ethiopia's with less than 3%. The difference isn't demographics, it's coverage, design, and policy. Harmonize penetration targets and frameworks, and we convert Africa's youth into a balance sheet capital. These contracts tell us everything. Africa has the population, but not yet the systems to translate the youth, the workforce, into financial capital. So we need, and I propose, a continental framework that harmonizes pension fund penetration across all member states, so that every national system contributes to a collective increase in asset under management, and together we can expand Africa's total institutional capital base. So today, the average pension covers in Africa is 15% of workforce, and the total pension asset stands around 17% of GDP. If we commit across every country to reach 50% of the workforce by 2063, the year that the current 28-year-olds would reach retirement age, we can transform the continent's saving landscape significantly. At that level, Africa's pension assets, if we consider with the current GDP, it would exceed $1.5 trillion. And if we again commit 10% of that for infrastructure, that is $150 billion for PIDA, for roads, for electric power generation, and other significant infrastructure that will transform our continent. So by expanding savings is only half the task, though. As the minister has mentioned, instruments and the right policy around these projects is very important. Pension funds need liquidity, transparency, and risk-adjusted returns. That means building investment vehicles that match their risk appetites and their mandates. We can learn from global practices, and I just mentioned just a couple. The collateralized loan obligation, the CLO structure, where project loans are bundled into senior, mezzanine, and equity tranches, allowing investors to choose their level of risk. We can also apply recycling, refinancing, income-producing assets, infrastructure assets, such as toll roads and power plants, through listed bonds and infrastructure trusts. These instruments convert completed projects into tradable income-yielding assets, freeing up government balance sheets and deepening local capital markets. So to mobilize institutional investors at scale, governments must create incentives and certainty. Policy reform, and second, incentives, similar to Nigeria's infra credit model. So third is governance, the Santiago Principle, which matters for establishing global standards for sovereign wealth funds, transparency, independence, and accountability. So when we build trust, we build co-investments, we attract investments. So by 2063, when the African Union marks its century, and today's 28-year-olds retire, we must ensure that at least half of Africa's working population participates in the pension system. That single shift from 15% currently to 50%, when we work the numbers with the current GDP, that's a significant amount of capital that we can mobilize. that would enable governments to finance local infrastructure projects with cheaper, affordable local currency patient capital, and instead of going out on the global markets with Eurobonds and paying expensive interest. So I implore you all today, this is how we finance our future. We need to deepen the penetration of pension funds across our workforce, across the member states of the Union. Let us commit not just 5% on the agenda, but let's be optimistic for the 10% towards infrastructure. Let's classify infrastructure asset class as an asset class across different countries so that our patient capital can contribute to our growth in infrastructure, which Africa much needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear Madame Josephilda saying that we only have 15% of African workforce that are under pension system. And we can give ourselves the objective of getting about 50% of our citizens into the pension schemes by 2063. I think we should maybe aim to 80 or even 100% because 50% is already, is not enough. It's not just because it's not enough, but the current system as it works is not, it's just not fair. And that have a lot to do with the structures of our economies. I know that this is not the debate about the structures of our economies here in Africa, but it's worth to reflect around that as well. Let me now move to my next speaker, who is Mr. Gerald de Jesus Antonio from the Sovereign Fund, Fundo Soberano de Angola. Mr. Gerald de Jesus Antonio, how is the Fundo Soberano de Angola balance commercial returns with national development objectives? Because you have to invest locally, right, here in Angola. And you need at the same time to balance what you need as in terms of return with your national development objectives, which is pretty much around what the Honorable Speaker from South Africa have just said. And what lessons can be drawn from your experience in Angola to encourage other African countries, not only to establish sovereign funds, but also to make sure that the sovereign funds participate in infrastructure projects, not only in their countries, but beyond their borders. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll start to explain a little bit Fundo Soberano de Angola vision on our investment strategy. I think it's important to highlight that most sovereign wealth funds have to have very clear mandates. So Fundo Soberano de Angola has a double mandate. It's a maximization fund and it's also a development fund. We have those two goals because on one hand, we have growing population that are growing at 3% rate every year. And so we have to be sure that we can transfer this wealth that has been produced in the current time to the future generation. But at the same time, we have this development goals. So what we are trying to do first is that we have a very clear set of guidelines in our asset classes. We build our portfolio in the ways that we are looking at risk return adjusted. So we invest in the international markets, in capital markets, as most of maximization funds do. But at the same time, we are looking at the development goals and we define clear sectors here in Angola in which we can provide capital, in which we can have projects that will have social impact, but at the same time will not jeopardize our return, our portfolio returns. So for us, those are two important elements. On the second hand, we are looking at to build clear blended finance strategies. We are looking at trying to attract capital, foreign direct investment capital in the local economy by doing many co-investment projects. For example, we are currently investing for the Lubito investment platform, where we invited other private sector players who are interested in the Angolan economy, but at the same time, that give us exposure to 3 countries. Beside Angola, we have DRC and Zambia. We also looking at the real estate sector in which where we are building hotels with co-investors. So that generate jobs, that generate impact on the local economies. And of course, that's something that we have to emphasize, we have commercial returns. So we try to have this balance, between having a social impact and also having a clear commercial return to not jeopardize our stakeholders' expectation on us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for, I think it's quite clear as a response. We need not only to reform, we need actually to go a little bit beyond. But I would like to bring now on board Madam Dr. Rita Babihunga Nzanzi. Dr. Rita, you are the Chief Economist of Africa Finance Corporation, which is a Pan-African financing institution, part of AMFI. We have seen the last couple of days all the efforts that AFC is deploying to ensure that we meet our goals in terms of financing infrastructures. What do you think are the models or instruments that we should utilize, such as blended finance or infrastructure bonds, that can effectively help de-risk pension and sovereign fund investment in infrastructure in our continent? And what do you think should AFC play as a role in structuring those vehicles at scale? Because I'm pretty sure that you are doing a lot in this field. Dr. Rita, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that. If I may, I'd like to just start off by maybe sharing a little bit in terms of the work that we have been doing in this area. So every year we publish State of Africa's Infrastructure Report, and every year the focus is really on Africa's infrastructure gap and its unfunded gap. But this year we decided to take a different approach in terms of how we think about the gap and really focus on the funding side. And we did a lot of cross-country comparisons, and we came to I think the obvious conclusion that every major region of the world has developed on the back of its own savings, right? So the story of Africa's savings and its domestic capital pools is something that we felt was not very well understood. So we set out to develop, number one, on the data side, what we think is the first bottom-up exhaustive catalog of Africa's domestic capital pools. So this isn't just institutional capital like pensions and insurance, but it also includes sovereign wealth funds, public development banks, commercial banks, of course, central banks, which people often forget are a very important capital pool. And then there's also the informal sector, which I think Josefina was so rightly referring to. So there is the question of the existing capital pools and how to grow them, and then how to increase the size of the pools themselves. And one of the next things we did after quantifying, and by the way, the number that we come to very, very conservatively is something like 4 trillion, based on a coverage that's roughly 80% of continental GDP. Now, we then look at where much of that capital is invested. And it brings us to the conclusion that Africa is not poor, it's capital rich, but capital trapped. We find that most of these savings are either invested, if they're invested on the continent, it's in very low risk, very short duration instruments, mostly government securities. And then there's this whole story of the bulk that's invested offshore, again in very low risk, very low duration instruments. And so to your point about instruments, and sort of policy and regulatory efforts to kind of reorient that capital into the African growth proposition. I think understanding where the capital sits right now and what's incentivizing it is an important first point. So if I could just then mention some of the things that we have been doing at AFC. Beyond the data point, which I just mentioned, I think it's important. What we realize is the investment side of the story doesn't often talk to the source of the capital. So this year we entered, I think, what's a very important partnership with the Africa Social Security Association. I think Mr. Misach and Dr. Kili are on the stage. This is one of the largest groups of sort of continental pension groups, and we have a number of, we entered an MOU with them, and we have a number of objectives that we're trying to achieve together between us as the AFC on the investment side and them as sort of the savings pools who we're both trying to solve the same problem, but from different angles, and we think that this type of kind of collaboration is a really important first step. Number one, in terms of driving the regulatory reforms and making sure we're asking for the right things from the regulators, that we have adequately provided the market solutions. We've actually provided the cross-country examples that are possible. And then together we're actually planning on sort of taking the initial work we've done, but collaborating, because they're doing a lot of work on the data front and creating a data center or a data platform for the continent, for all continental institutional capital that can form an African-owned source of information in this sector. And then more importantly is on the capacity building, which is maybe with our support we can start to provide a lot more capacity to some of the smaller social security funds. Last but not least, we invite capital pools to invest in our own share capital. So I just mentioned that actually AFC's share capital includes capital from central banks, Central Bank of Nigeria, Egypt, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, and we've got about 7 pension funds across the continent that are shareholders in our capital. We've got sovereign wealth funds like the Fundo Soberano de Angola, Gabon, Ghana. So we ourselves are a vehicle through which long-term savings can invest in growth and infrastructure, because we're obviously we invest in infrastructure, long-term infrastructure assets. But I recognize that beyond just the AFC proposition, there are a number of other products that are possible. And Josefina mentioned InfraCredit, which is another of our, I think, so we're one of the creators of InfraCredit, and I think that's been a really good example of how you can get a national pension savings, pension sector to increase their allocation into infrastructure in a non-mandated way. I'm not going to go into the details of how InfraCredit works, but it's essentially a collaboration between AFC, the National Sovereign Wealth Fund of Nigeria, and InfraCredit itself. And through that vehicle, we've managed to channel a lot of pension funds that are, that have the guarantee, the local currency guarantee provided by NSI and AFC, to encourage pension funds to invest in infrastructure in Nigeria. The numbers are still quite small, but we've seen a massive increase from the allocation that existed before InfraCredit existed. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rita. It's quite interesting to put actually this number. You said we have about 4 trillion. It's not even like 2.5 or 3 trillion. That's kind of confirmed number. And the biggest share of this money is being invested actually in Paris, in New York, in London, elsewhere, serving to enrich the rest of the world, but not Africa. I remember 3 years ago we had some kind of conversation in Washington on the margin of the World Bank annual meetings, and we brought in some fund managers and pension funds association, the global one actually, asking them the same question. What's wrong for our own pension funds not ready to invest in Africa, and what do we need to do? Is it just about policy reform? And one of the responses that we got from the room is that maybe beyond policy reform, we need to engage with the fund managers who are not necessarily Africans. Most of them are based in Paris, in London, in New York, in Sydney, in Frankfurt. So just as a follow-up question, not to you, but to Dr. Albert Zefak, before I come actually to the macroeconomic perspective, can you help us to understand a little bit how this actually process functions? How come our own pension fund and sovereign wealth funds have fund managers who are basically sitting elsewhere and who are not mandated to invest in Africa, as if we African ourselves, by the way, we are scared to invest our own assets. When we say Africa is when we complain that other countries or journalists or media or other investors are saying Africa is risky, we are the first actually who even say that Africa is riskier because we don't allow or we don't encourage our own fund managers to invest our own assets into our economy. So I'll leave it to you, Dr. Zefak, maybe to shed some light, and then I will have a second question for you.
Thank you very much, Amin. I probably want to start by saying that my experience on these issues relates to a period of my life where I spent 4 years as the chief economist and director of investment strategy of Khazanah Nasional, one of Malaysian sovereign wealth fund, which at the time was a $50 billion fund, but which interestingly was investing 80% within the country. And that's quite important. And at the time, we call ourselves a sovereign development fund, not a sovereign wealth fund. And why? Because most of our sovereign wealth funds have actually been built or designed to invest out of the country because of absorptive capacity issues, because of some regulatory constraint. And I think it's important to actually shift that paradigm and really start thinking differently about our sovereign wealth management. And the first thing to do is it has to be actually aligned with our development plans. We have to actually make sure those funds are designed to invest in our own development, not just get a couple of percent in returns, in financial returns. And this is what actually made that big difference between funds like Khazanah and most of our sovereign wealth funds. What is clear from my perspective is, most of our funds are actually not seeking, to help actually foster the development plans of our countries. And they, as you said, are managed from outside or managed by people who amplify the perceived risk in Africa instead of actually looking more at the opportunities. So, the other quite important issue that may answer your question, is there is a clear lack of tailored instruments, and the previous speakers on the panel have actually come to address that question. We're starting to address that question, but we still actually don't have enough of those tailored instruments that would allow us to convert that savings into infrastructure product. More importantly, on the African continent, the lack of policy reform is still quite a deterrent to other funds. I was quite struck to read that, globally, pension funds actually manage more than $50 trillion, right, globally. But, you know, very few of that money actually come to Africa. You know, I wrote a paper in the 2016. It's a little bit old now, but I believe the numbers haven't changed that much. Less than 1% of those resources were actually flowing to Africa. So I think we should really continue or deepen the regulatory reforms that would make investing in Africa more attractive to these funds. But we need to also address this question of risk. And that goes through establishing the right governance framework to our sovereign wealth funds. When you look at the way most of our funds invest, you know, political pressures and political experience certainly, you know, drive some or more, most investments. And I think that is also a point to be addressed. So if I could maybe you know, suggest I mean a couple of areas where we need to be you know, pushing in terms of reforms, it would be clearly about this governance and oversight of our funds. I think this is really, really important. The second one is how do we, you know, develop our markets through, for example, developing, you know, infrastructure bonds, infrastructure bonds, and how do we pull investments to address the infrastructure gap. Sorry. So I think we also need to work on co-investment platforms, and that is you know, clearly happening in some of the financial institutions on the continent. You know, blending public and private capital, you know, and partnering with DFIs to de-risk and scale investment, including through policy reforms, development policy operations, for example. So if I may end on just sharing a little bit about you know, why Kazana was so different. It's actually because the fund was built on the basis of SOEs, and that's actually quite important. When we're discussing mobilizing financing for our infrastructure or our development, it's quite clear to me that we're actually leaving quite a lot of money on the table, you know, by not reforming our SOEs. By pulling SOEs into a properly managed holding, the Malaysians were able to actually, you know, reform those firms and privatize them on the local stock exchange and create an environment where SOEs, instead of being a fiscal drain to the government, were actually paying dividends to the government. In 2011, Kazana paid more than $1 billion dividend to the government of Malaysia that could then use it to finance infrastructure locally or human capital. Second, they actually aligned with the new vision of the country to you know, invest in innovation-driven economy, and their strategy was to attract and to acquire firms, you know, especially using the 2008 crisis in the US to acquire firms that were then transferred to the country, brought the technology that allowed the country to, you know, achieve its structural transformation. So those important principles are those I would suggest we invest in or apply in our sovereign wealth funds as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zefak, and thank you for sharing the example of Malaysia, which could be a case study of a success of transformation. Now, let me go to Mr. Hasakili, who is the chair or the former chair of ASA, based on the example that Dr. Zefak have shared, how do you think pension funds in Africa practically should move to assess and to manage this quote-unquote question of the risk profile, risk actually in the continent, because that's one of the arguments that we put forward, our own pension fund, sovereign wealth fund put forward. So why Africa is risky? For me, it's a kind of contradiction, because at the same time we contribute to our pension funds. You know, it's our public money that goes into our sovereign funds, sovereign wealth fund, and at the same time those who are managing it say, this place is risky. This is the place that usually generates the money. And so what do you think are the reforms that we need here? Because Dr. Zefak was saying we need reforms, but according to you, who is in this business, what are the type of reforms we need? That's number one. And how can we make sure that those reforms happen? And this is extremely important, because putting a reform on a table, but the reform does not materialize, does not even make sense at the end of the day. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am the former chairman of Africa Social Security Association, which we call ASA. At the formation of ASA a few years back in Livingstone, Zambia, under my chairmanship, we proposed to establish an Africa Social Security Infrastructure Fund so that we could have a clear identity and a clear direct investment focus on African infrastructure, where we feel we owe our memberships development initiatives. Now, of course, in terms of our aspirations, we have chosen to partner, and we did sign an MOU the day here before with AU and NEPAD. And the intention is to align ourselves with the working structures of African governments, because we need the African governments to make reforms so that we could be able to comfortably invest and also get the protection of our African organization. Now, some of the things which I've militated against and which might be causing pension funds not to invest in Africa in a big way. Obviously, as some of the examples which we have seen happened in Ghana a few years back, where the pension funds had to be required to take a haircut whenever there is a sovereign challenges. So we need to have a situation whereby the law, maybe even the constitutions of African governments, must protect the pension funds from impact of such kind of challenges which might happen from time to time. The other is also ensuring that the African governments do not treat pension funds as government funds, because the moment they treat them as government funds, there's a likelihood of expropriation and use in times of crisis in those countries. And this is what will make the asset managers to be shy. So we need an African regulatory framework which can only be provided to us by our African Union, an African financial regulatory framework to protect African social security and pension funds and guide on its investment in a secure manner. And we take cognizance of the European Community initiatives on this area. We also, as African pension funds, controlling quite a substantial amount of funds, and we are aligned to growing the savings pot, but ensuring that this money is returned. So the reason why we are choosing to reform and to establish an African Social Security Infrastructure Fund is so that we can also derive certain benefits which are normally given to institutions which have certain privileges, like, for example, tax concessions. When we are making investments across the region, we will not want to be taxed whenever we invest. Secondly, we would like Africa to treat investments in any part of Africa as a local investment, not a foreign investment. So we have this situation whereby we have barriers against our own cross-border financial movements. And we would also like a situation whereby the percentage allowed for investment outside the national or the domestic capital environment is higher than what is currently obtaining and standardized across the Africa region. Now, we would like our investment to be as much as possible made through instruments which are in the capital markets, so that there could be liquidity for our pension funds. But because the primary objective of pension funds is actually to pay members when they retire, and we would not like to get stuck for 50 years plus in one instrument. So these instruments which we are going to invest in must be bankable. Now, to be able to assist us to develop and really build a robust system and platform for pension funds investment in Africa, we are partnering with, and we have signed an MOU with Africa Finance Corporation. We also signing an agreement with the Trade Development Bank and many other multi and bilateral agencies, so that we could strengthen our ability to coordinate across Africa. And I think that is just basically the first things I can say on this area. And we want to welcome all the other African governments which have yet, their pension funds have yet to join together under ASA, will feel welcome and join us, and we'll be sitting somewhere within the floor to actually receive such applications for membership, because we believe a united Africa, a consolidated Africa is the right way to go in building our own local capacity to develop our own countries in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If I hear you, basically what we need in this continent is more discipline. And that's quite interesting, because we have all agreed on an African continental free trade area, and at the same time, we are not yet capable of allowing capital to fly from one country to another. It's extremely, and that's exactly what the chair of ASA is saying. That's number one. And then number two, you are right, when reforms start by discipline at the level of the government, not to consider, for instance, their pension funds as a government fund, and not to expose them, actually. So you share with us some good examples. Before actually I move to the next speaker, I would like to recognize in the room the presence of His Excellency Minister of Finance of Zimbabwe, Professor Ntuli Nkube, who is with us. Thank you, sir, for being here for this session. Now, let me go to TDB, the representative from TDB, Mr. Anthony Muitiga, who is from TDB Group, since the chair of ASA was speaking about the alliance that you have with AFC, TDB, and other institutions to help them to strengthen their capacity to coordinate. What innovative asset management or co-investment mechanism can financial institutions like TDB implement to channel institutional capital for pension funds into bankable infrastructure pipelines? Bankable infrastructure pipelines. I think it's pretty much, I know that you have the Alliance of Africa Multifinance, Africa Multilateral Finance Institution, which may be actually the very first step toward that in terms of coordination, but what else actually can be done? We would like actually to hear from you, sir. You have the floor, Anthony Mutiga.
Thank you. Thank you, MC, and good morning. Yeah, I think I'll just take a few minutes just to echo the sentiments by fellow panelists here. There's enough capital in the continent to finance infrastructure, trade, and other associated facilities to spur African economic growth. I mean, you've heard, you're talking about $1 trillion. I mean, from one of the pools of capital in the continent, we are talking in excess of $700 billion only in pension funds. And then when you add the other 2 or 3 pools of capital, as stated by my fellow panelists here, from long-term insurance money, from sovereign wealth fund, and of course from reserve funds from central banks, that number can quadruple. But there's something very special and unique which has been mentioned by Dr. Kili here, the former chair of Africa Association of Social Security in Africa, ASA, is that we have many in-country specific policies and guidelines guiding investments of these pools of monies. But a simple request to start treating investments by these pools of capital, especially pension funds, investing in Africa should be local investing. We should try and accept that investing across a neighboring country within the continent, that's local investing. Because for most of us in the continent, we don't have to fly over an ocean to visit each other. And that's why foreign investments sometimes are called offshore investments, because apparently you have to fly across the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, etc. We've all come here flying over the land across the African continent. And of course, our visitors from Europe, Asia, and the Americas. So we need to start treating local pools of capital from reserve funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, insurance funds as local capital to develop the continent. I mean, as a fast-aging investment professional who has spent all his time managing these pools of capital, and again, as our role in TDB within the AFMI Alliance, we've from the onset recognized the power of pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance money, reserve funds, and one more source of capital, which is fast growing in a few African states. But there are 3 reasons why we seem not to be accessing this money. One of them has been stated by my fellow panelists here, is our own self-inflicted in-country rules and regulations. And I need to be very thankful to some development institutions in the room who have really helped try to smoothen the regulatory framework, especially in the organizations we are talking about, because pension money is highly regulated money. And thank you for the work you're doing to harmonize regulation. And of course, congratulations to ASA for entering in a number of MOUs with institutions like TDB, AFC, and IFC to try to put an initiative to deploy capital jointly through an infrastructure investment fund in the coming months, in the near future. The second thing, of course, is the knowledge of ourselves. We need to improve the capacity to deploy capital across the border. In this room, there are national pension funds, executives and leaders and managers who've deployed capital across their borders. And that does not mean they don't have investment opportunities in their countries, or it does not mean they have enough money to invest in their countries. Investing across a border within the continent does not mean you have enough money or you have too money than you need, or it doesn't mean there are no investment opportunities in your own country. And I know boards of pension funds always wonder, why should I invest in a neighboring country opportunity, and I need more money in my country, and I need the investments in my country. So we need to help these organizations understand how to make those decisions. And then the third is, I mean, I have to say this as an asset manager or as an investment professionals, we need the people structuring investment opportunities and deals to spend more time to understand the risk-return concerns of pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, reserve funds, and insurance funds. So that when you bring deals for these institutional investors to invest, we don't term them to be risk-averse. Of course, these monies have a medium risk profile, but there's a way we can de-risk these infrastructure opportunities, and we get the capital we need from these institutional investors. Then there's the new thing about impact. You know, creating impact through these institutional investors, it doesn't mean giving money for free or for a lower return or as an extension of social responsibility. You can create impact and deliver a stellar return for the owners of these funds, who are the pension fund members or the citizens of a specific country. Lastly, I'll say this. There's a new emerging pool of capital which we need to be cognizant of as policymakers, finance institutions, debt providers, advisors, policymakers, and development friends and partners. In a few countries in the continent, there's a fast-growing retail individual pools of investors. Globally, or in the West, pools from mutual funds or unit trusts, as they're called in certain parts of the world and in the continent, are starting to rival the amount of money in pension funds, in sovereign wealth funds, in insurance funds, and even some extent in reserve funds held by central banks across the continent. And why is that? Because of higher level of financial literacy in the continent. I strongly believe as an African, this is the most educated continent of this time. And that financial knowledge has led to increased savings, individual savings by citizens of all the countries across the continent. The beauty about it, the vehicles they are using to invest, most of them in every country, are well regulated and well managed. You are starting to see a few countries in Southern Africa, in East and Central Africa, in North Africa and West Africa, with retail individual investment vehicles with $1 billion or more, and in multi-currency, in local currency and in foreign currency. So folks in the room who structure investment solutions or product or investment opportunities, this money might be slightly short-term or risk-averse. The challenge for us in the room is to recognize there's a new pool of capital which we can tap if we have the appropriate opportunities, including in infrastructure. Why? Short-term capital, medium and long-term capital has its space in financing infrastructure in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. What I'm listening from you as the same coming from the former chair of ASA is really the need to protect our pension funds, our sovereign wealth fund, beyond actually the technical questions about how we are going to move. And the former chair of ASA was even mentioning maybe the African Union can come on board to support, to protect our sovereign funds by providing a continental framework. But I will put actually that question to you, and not now eventually, but we need really to reflect around that. The truth of the matter is that today, even the 5% agenda, there is no real agreement around it at the level of the African Union member states themselves. There have been 4 decisions, and all those 4 decisions have been kept quite loose because countries don't necessarily want to engage and commit into binding process. That's number 1. And then number 2, I think that there is also an opportunity eventually for ASA, for AMFI, and for other regional institutions really to team up together so that to exercise lobbying, even pressure on the member states to make sure that what will be agreed at the level of the union will be implemented as well in our countries. Because most of the time, and what I'm saying is not politically correct, we make decisions at the level of the union, but then we shy from implementing them in our countries. We don't even want to ratify those frameworks that we make. So talking about protection is good, continental framework is good, but I think there is a need from our country, and since ministers of finance are here, influential people are here, including the ASA, I think we really need to start thinking about whenever we take process at the level of the union and we agree on them, we need to bring them back in our countries and make sure that we implement them and we ratify them. Let me move to Madam Zainab Ahmed from the World Bank. Since we are talking about specific policy reforms, what do you think, what specific actually policy reforms or risk mitigation instruments can international organizations, financial institutions like the World Bank can help actually to share with us, and that actually we may eventually want to capture into this continental framework that ASA and other members are pushing forward, and that will provide to them some kind of protection in their journey of trying to invest into infrastructure financing, infrastructure investment in Africa, across the continent. Madam Zainab Ahmed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The World Bank does advocate for stronger regional cooperation through expanding platforms like the example that has been given of the African Sovereign Investment Forum, and also through establishing continental investment corridors. These initiatives can facilitate pooled investments, help to harmonize regulations, and also enable cross-border infrastructure investment that will unlock economies of scale. The bank also supports the African Union's and AU-NAPAD's effort to develop a continental roadmap for policy harmonization and capital deployment, including the establishment of a presidential task force for monitoring of progress. So on the specific question on policy measures, the bank suggests implementing tax incentives, regulatory reforms that streamline project approval processes, and establish dedicated funds for infrastructure to accelerate the 5% agenda. I do know, for example, from the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, that the fund is actually bifurcated into 3 buckets, and one of them is an infrastructure fund. So there's a certain percentage of the monthly accruals to that fund that is dedicated to the infrastructure fund. We also recommend that we need to integrate infrastructure investment into broader national development priorities to align with the institutional priorities. So each sovereign wealth fund must align its plans to the national plans of the country that it serves. And on legal and regulatory bottlenecks, we suggest and we are supporting the addressing of these bottlenecks involving harmonization of regional investment laws that will help to reduce cross-border barriers and also ensuring independence of the sovereign funds. Some of the sovereign funds do get political interferences and it affects their investment plans. The bank also advocates for regional cooperation mechanisms to fast-track these reforms, and the AU is really well suited to lead on this. On governance frameworks, we suggest the enhancement of credibility by encouraging the adoption of international best practice such as transparency standards, international financial reporting standards, and also independent oversight committees and performance-based mandates that align fund management with development outcomes. On the role of sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, the World Bank also sees these funds as pivotal early-stage risk capital providers that are capable of de-risking projects and catalyzing additional investment. This promotes innovative risk-sharing instruments such as blended finance models and regional pooling of funds to scale up impact. And political mechanisms are really an issue. The bank works to support some of our partner client countries towards establishing high-level political forums and presidential task force to institutionalize regional coordination, ensuring that the commitments that are made for those investments that are taken are sustained beyond individual administrations. This has to be driven by the whole of Africa because we see investments profiles changing because the government has changed and a new regulation or new rule is in place. And let me also say that mobilizing Africa's substantial domestic institutional capital for infrastructure is not just a financial challenge, but a strategic necessity for Africa. The World Bank Group envisions a future where policy reforms, robust governance, regional cooperation, and innovative financing unlock this potential, transforming Africa's infrastructure landscape. So by aligning long-term investment goals with development priorities and fostering trust and coordination, Africa can harness its own resources to build resilient, sustainable infrastructure, paving the way for inclusive growth and regional integration. And I must say that if you look back 10 years ago, the pool of funds we have actually made progress in investing in Africa. There has been a positive change, even though it's not as fast as we wish, but it just needs to be encouraged, and we need to look at the successes and scale them up. The path towards forward requires collective political will. It requires more innovative solutions. There are some already that are working well. And also it requires unwavering commitment to transforming capital into tangible development outcomes. And we require political will at the highest level. Thank you, Mbakchi.
Thank you very much, Madam Zainab Ahmed. Thank you so much for your response. Actually, you offer me the perfect transition to go to Mr. João Salvador Quintos, who is the CEO of Angolan Development Bank. Sir, Madam Zainab Ahmed said that mobilizing domestic capital is not just a technical and financial process. It's first and foremost a political will. It's a strategic necessity. Right, that's actually what she says, and I hope I'm quoting her properly. But then at the same time, we can see that in our continent, it's not really happening because we are all actually talking about the difficulties we have to implement the 5% agenda. None of our countries actually have even adopted it, by the way. Some pension funds, like in Kenya, are trying, absolutely, that one we know. ASA is pushing. AMFI members, including AFC, really trying to put some regional mechanism to do so. But at the national level, it's extremely difficult. And then we have this difficulty really of making sure that we connect our efforts to mobilize domestic capital to national strategies. But so we know what needs to be done, but it's not happening, right? That one we all know. It's not like we don't know. We all know what needs to be done. When it comes to discuss policy, propose, conduct studies, we are really probably the champions in the world. But, sir, what do you think needs to be done at the policy level and political level, practically, to change actually this as a development banker? Because the role of national development banks is extremely critical here. We keep asking the same question to regional development bank, to global actually development bank, financial institutions, but it's not really their role to drive this. That must be driven locally and nationally, and our national development banks have a big role to play in there. So what do you think needs to be done at policy level and political level, practically, to change actually this narrative and help us to move forward? You have the floor.
Bom dia, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me to address my few words in Portuguese. Bom dia mais uma vez. Meu nome é João Quintas e sou o CEO do Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola. O Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola é um banco totalmente público, portanto é detido por capitais públicos e tem no seu mandato financiar projetos inseridos em elos críticos em setores prioritários, nomeadamente a pesca, a agropecuária e a civicultura, a indústria transformadora e extrativa, infraestruturas e serviços sociais. Ao longo da sua criação, desde 2008, esse banco tem desenvolvido a sua atividade, atualmente com ativo de mais ou menos 1.000 milhões de dólares, sendo que 80% desses ativos representam a sua carteira de crédito. Portanto, a maior parte do crédito concedido por este banco está no setor agrícola, em termos de número de projetos, mas sendo que o crédito com maior expressão em termos financeiros é na infraestrutura. Quando o Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola financia projetos, portanto, dentro dos setores que citei, uma cota parte dos valores financiados vão sempre para a infraestrutura. Nós, ao financiarmos a agricultura, temos sempre uma parte que vai para a infraestrutura, que representa sempre algum valor importante, nomeadamente as terras, projetos hídricos. Portanto, para a indústria também temos sempre infraestruturas, para as pescas também temos, nomeadamente ponte-cais, estruturas de conservação e refrigeração. Ora, considerando que o valor dos financiamentos concedidos pelo BDA contemplam sempre uma cota significativa para a infraestrutura, torna, às vezes, muito complicado esses projetos terem níveis de rentabilidade que permita o seu retorno. De qualquer forma, e com a organização que temos feito no banco, o banco ficou muito mais apetecível para não depender única e simplesmente das fontes do seu acionista, que é o governo de Angola, porque este banco, no seu estatuto, tem capacidade e tem, portanto, mandato para diversificar as fontes. Na diversificação das fontes, aí entrando na questão que o speaker colocou, nós sentimos alguma timidez, portanto, das multilaterais, fundamentalmente africanas, para financiar bancos de desenvolvimento. O ano passado, nós fizemos uma comparação dos bancos de desenvolvimento aqui na região da SADC e ficámos surpresos. Portanto, nós achávamos que o BDA, ao nível da região da SADC, fosse um banco muito pequeno e, à exceção de 2 bancos da África do Sul de desenvolvimento, o BDA estava logo nos lugares cimeiros do ponto de vista de tamanho do balanço. E é muito crítico quando nós temos bancos de desenvolvimento com um balanço muito pequeno, tendo em conta aquilo que é o seu propósito, financiar, portanto, a economia, o desenvolvimento socioeconómico dos países. Com a transformação que nós temos estado a fazer, o banco tornou-se mais apetitivo para as multilaterais. Então temos estado a negociar com as multilaterais, africanas e não africanas, e também ficamos um pouco céticos. Ou seja, o apetite das multilaterais não africanas é muito maior para financiar o BDA do que o apetite das multilaterais africanas. E temos mais um aspecto. O preço que está a ser negociado com as multilaterais não africanas é muito mais atrativo para o Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola do que o preço que está a ser negociado com as multilaterais africanas. Ou seja, indo muito para aquilo que foram as questões já abordadas cá, sentimos uma timidez, um risco muito acentuado do lado das multilaterais africanas em financiar, no caso, bancos de desenvolvimento aqui na região da SADC, nomeadamente do BDA. Portanto, lanço também um repto que o dinheiro dessas multilaterais, que também é das nações africanas, deve ser colocado fundamentalmente para os bancos de desenvolvimento em África. Esses valores a serem colocados, vamos ter seguramente os bancos de desenvolvimento mais robustos e colocados para financiar projetos em África. Há um financiamento concedido pelo BDA, do ponto de vista de infraestruturas, e é um financiamento de infraestrutura tecnológica ligada ao ramo das comunicações, que é representativo. E falo isso porque este financiamento a esta empresa angolana foi feito pelo BDA e por, portanto, bancos japoneses, quando nós devíamos ser nós, as multilaterais africanas, a financiar esse projeto. É muito importante isso que falo, porque esse projeto, apesar de estar em Angola, tem tentáculos naquilo que é a comunicação, não só de Angola para o mundo, mas também de nações africanas que estão situadas muito aqui na região da SADC. Ou seja, liga Angola ao mundo, mas liga também os países da SADC ao mundo. As políticas a que se refere, e já foi tudo muito abordado aqui pelo speaker e pelos meus antecessores, passa por colocarmos em prática aquilo que são os acordos. Já assinaram-se muitos acordos e esses acordos têm que funcionar de facto, sob pena de continuarmos a teorizar e nada é feito. Eu lanço um repto, também está aqui um fundo angolano e esse fundo angolano, independentemente de já termos iniciado conversas, deve colocar também parte desses fundos à disposição, por exemplo, do Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola, que tem skills e está estruturado, foi criado para financiar projetos de desenvolvimento de Angola e que podem se repercutir no continente africano. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pedro. Thank you very much, Chairman of Angolan Development Bank, Mr. Salvador Quintas. Actually, I think that's really an intervention that I like, because you put forward a clear example of misalignment that we have as well in our continent, in which we usually say that we are aligned, but at the same time, when it comes to practical implementation, we show a completely different, or we take a completely different direction. I noted here that you said non-African financial institutions seems to be more interested in investing into our own national development banks than our regional financial institutions. And we have actually representatives from those institutions. I would have the opportunity to give them the floor to explain actually why this impression of misalignment, or maybe this misalignment, of course, that's number one. And then number two, you clearly say that we need to walk the talk. I was speaking about the fact that we have all adopted together a few years ago, even if it was a loose decision or directive from the African Union on the 5% agenda, but countries are still not clear about how to move forward with that. And now you just gave the example of initially we agree on saying that we need to support each other, but then when it comes to blend investments, apparently non-African institutions seems to be more interested in supporting our national development banks than our own regional institutions. I will come back to that as a concluding remarks that I will give actually the floor to all the speakers. Let me move to Mr. Pedro Vieira Santos, who is from Omotapolo. Sorry if I mispronounce actually this. Sir, you are from the private sector, basically. We have listened to most of the speakers. They are from public sector, being international finance institutions, regional finance institutions, or national finance institutions, or even government. We have ministers actually speaking, or representative from government. From your perspective and the perspective of the private sector, what measures, when you are listening actually representative from institutional world speaking, what measures do you expect our governments to adopt to create this predictable environment in which our pension funds and our sovereign wealth fund can really start playing the role that we are expecting them to play, to attract domestic financing and to utilize that to invest into our infrastructure projects. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. If you don't mind, I will speak also in Portuguese. So we are home, so we need to practice a little bit Portuguese. Respondendo diretamente à sua pergunta, nós aqui já todos estamos perfeitamente de acordo que os fundos de pensões, os fundos soberanos, todas as fontes que possam ser possíveis para trazer mais fundos ou financiamento para as infraestruturas são sempre bem-vindas e são necessárias. Necessárias porque nós, neste momento, corremos um pouco contra o tempo. Nós sentimos, quem nos pede, nós somos a Motapau, uma empresa construtora e, como tal, nós estamos um pouco abaixo desta linha de necessidades, desde o financiamento até a apresentação do produto final. E nós dizemos que estamos a correr contra o tempo porque o nosso cliente, que normalmente são os Estados do continente africano, pedem sempre celeridade e rapidez para que as infraestruturas e os trabalhos sejam entregues dentro do prazo ou antes do prazo. E para isso nós temos que encontrar fontes de financiamento que sejam execuíveis e sejam rápidas. O grande problema que nós temos hoje em dia não é só encontrar a fonte, mas também é depois que os processos para a conformação e para que os financiamentos estejam ativos sejam os mais curtos possíveis. O que nós constatamos, e acho que é a prática comum em todas as empresas como a nossa, é que muitas vezes o processo, desde que começa até que termine, tem uma maturidade superior a um ano, muitas vezes. E o que surge depois é que nós, muitas vezes, estamos quase a entregar a obra e é quando surge o financiamento e começamos a receber já com um grande delay. nós aí temos duas fontes, normalmente são fontes nacionais ou locais e são fontes internacionais. Como é evidente, nós, como trabalhamos normalmente estes assuntos com os governos, com a parte dos Ministérios das Finanças, dos vários países, o que surge muitas vezes é o que tiver mais fácil de se fechar, é para esse que nós vamos. Mas também percebemos que os financiamentos, quando são locais, o seu período de fecho é muito mais curto. Porquê? Porque as entidades financeiras fora do continente são normalmente mais exigentes e têm mais processos chamados os KICs, toda a parte de verificação documental é muito mais exigente sob o ponto de vista, diríamos, não diria burocrático, porque tudo é burocrático, mas sob o ponto de vista administrativo. Pronto, essa é a parte que nós tentamos sempre encurtar. É evidente que nós precisamos de trabalhar não só com as fontes locais, mas também com as fontes internacionais. É muito importante trazer parceiros que sejam fortes. Falo como nós todos sabemos, os Estados Unidos, com quem nós já estamos a trabalhar aqui no continente e felizmente tem corrido muito bem. Parceiros da Europa, que também são muito importantes, que hoje em dia voltam a ter apetite. Parceiros da Ásia são importantíssimos. E é evidente que nós temos que fortalecer aqui as entidades do continente, como já falaram, a AFC, o TDB, o próprio Afeximbank, para que sejam soluções para todos e que nós conseguimos executar os projetos. Para além destas fontes, há também hoje em dia métodos que nós também já começamos a utilizar e temos que os utilizar, porque senão os outros utilizam e por isso não podemos ficar para trás, que é, por exemplo, haver uma troca dentro dos países de minerais, que é aquilo que hoje em dia são chamadas commodities transacionáveis, que o continente pode disponibilizar por troca de prestação de serviços. Neste caso, nós executamos as infraestruturas que nos são solicitadas. Para além disso, temos um pouco mais abaixo ainda, temos a questão do orçamento, que eu acho que não deve ser deixada para trás, porque muitas vezes nós temos as fontes de financiamento, temos a capacidade de mobilização e a capacidade de trabalho, mas temos a contingência do orçamento do próprio país, que não pode ultrapassar para aquele ano X montante e, por isso, muitas vezes também condiciona a execução destas infraestruturas tão importantes. Isso é um problema que, através das PPPs ou através das BOTs, que hoje em dia é muito difícil de entregar. Porquê? Porque hoje em dia nós temos ainda alguma dificuldade de saber quem é que vai ser o pagador dessas BOTs e dessas PPPs. E por isso é um desafio que eu deixo aqui também, encontrarmos soluções nessa área, porque não basta só encontrar a parte do financiamento, é preciso também encontrar a parte mais downstream, que é encontrar as soluções para se ultrapassar estes chamados bottlenecks, ou as partes que criam obstáculos. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Now I will move to my second last speaker, who is Mr. José Nogueira from Meta Engil. Sir, what do you think, how can major construction company like yours, how can they collaborate with sovereign and pension funds to design investable projects model that, of course, would balance risk, transparency, and also local economic impact? Here we are going to become very practical, beyond actually policies, since we don't have policy, but we know that those companies can already partner with the pension funds, with the financial institutions, so that to still make use of the assets that we have under management? How can a company like yours actually act on that?
Thank you, moderator. Since today we are playing at home, I would like to switch to Portuguese. E bom dia a todos e obrigado pela oportunidade de estarmos cá hoje em representação da Motengil. Eu, sem querer fugir à pergunta, participamos aqui com muita atenção, vimos com muita atenção tudo o que aconteceu ao longo destes últimos dias. Olhando para este painel e para a audiência, o sentimento não é diferente. Existe a vontade e o poder político, existem as condições financeiras, existem os fundos de pensões, os fundos soberanos, as seguradoras, os bancos, as multilaterais. Existem aqueles que estão disponíveis para no terreno executarem, tomarem o risco, estruturarem. E, portanto, eu diria que, passando a parte dos pressupostos e a parte teórica da coisa, é momento de agir. E é momento de facto, começarmos a entregar aquilo que nos estamos propostos a fazer. Nós falamos sobre infraestruturas, falamos sobre soluções mais ou menos sofisticadas ao longo destes dias, como solucionar os problemas da região, falamos de financiamento, falamos daqueles que têm apetite para o fazer, mas na verdade aquilo que é o pano de fundo que nos deve toldar durante toda esta sessão e esta oportunidade é muito mais, em termos resumidos, um tema de autonomia da região, um tema de soberania, um tema de dignidade, um tema de confiança em nós próprios. Confiança em nós próprios africanos, confiança em nós próprios locais que estamos cá todos os dias a trabalhar no terreno, há várias décadas, confiança naqueles que são os parceiros que sempre têm vindo a acompanhar a região. Todos sabemos, todos falamos de oportunidade, todos falamos de futuro, nós devemos falar mais daquilo que é o presente. Nós gostamos muito mais de transformar os desafios de facto em oportunidade e muito mais de transformar aquilo que são as ambições futuras naquilo que é o que estamos a desenvolver hoje. E hoje já fazemos algumas coisas. Nós todos aqui falamos reiteradamente num conjunto de números que todos conhecem. A África é o continente com a população mais jovem, com maior potencial, com maior número de recursos energéticos, com maior talento do planeta. Todos conhecemos os números do grande gap de financiamento para infraestruturas que a região precisa todos os anos. 130 a 170 mil milhões de dólares por ano. Mas há um número que aqui é muito mais interessante, eu diria, menos conhecido, de alguma forma também já hoje aqui abordado e partilhado, e que eu diria que é muito mais inspirador, que é o número que nos diz que está retido, disponível, existente nos nossos fundos soberanos, nos fundos de pensões, nas seguradoras africanas. Estamos a falar de mais de 1 trilhão de dólares em poupanças institucionais africanas. Então, a boa notícia aqui é que o capital já existe. A África tem o capital necessário, portanto, falta transformar essa poupança africana em investimento africano. Estamos aqui perante, eu diria, e se me permitem, um paradoxo relativamente claro. O capital está em África, mas o investimento ainda não, pelo menos parcialmente. O desafio então é canalizar aquilo que é o capital africano para o verdadeiro crescimento africano. E como é que isto se faz? Isso faz-se com visão, faz-se com estratégia, faz-se com estrutura e faz-se com parceria. E é aí que o papel do setor privado toma também um posicionamento que é muito relevante. O privado, que muitas vezes toma o risco que mais ninguém quer, que os governos não querem tomar, que os investidores não querem tomar, que os financiadores não querem tomar, que é o risco de estar no terreno e executar. Os privados trazem capacidade de execução, Os privados trazem a disciplina financeira e trazem também, com responsabilidade, a inovação. Garantem também a sustentabilidade. Os ativos, as infraestruturas devem ser infraestruturas sustentáveis do ponto de vista social e económico, devem gerar as famigeradas externalidades positivas para o país. Os privados têm que transformar as ambições, as necessidades dos países, mais ou menos complexas, em projetos bancáveis para atrair o capital. É só assim que os investidores institucionais e não institucionais, privados, podem e devem trazer ou demonstrar interesse para estarem connosco. E é através de empresas como a Motengil que se pode fazer a diferença. E, portanto, é que eu diria que na Motengil falamos mais de presente, falamos de passado recente, podíamos falar da primeira infraestrutura rodoviária em regime de concessão, originada, criada, construída em operação na África subsaariana, as estradas do Zambeze. Podemos falar do corredor de Nacala, também construído pela Motengil. Podemos falar da participação no corredor da Beira. Podemos falar do eixo Kano-Maradi na Nigéria. Podemos falar dos aeroportos de Abuja e Kano, também na Nigéria. Podemos falar do corredor do Lubito. Isso é realidade. Isso significa que há esperança, que há condições para o fazer. É possível executar. Ainda por cima o dinheiro está cá. É preciso atraí-lo e para isso é preciso atrair a confiança. É preciso que haja parceiros locais, com talento local, com experiência em engenharia, com experiência em estruturação de projetos. Boa notícia, também estão cá. Temos aqui vários players com experiência para o fazer e a capacidade financeira para se juntar a nós. É importante também transformarmos a visão sobre aquilo que é um investimento em infraestruturas. As infraestruturas não são despesa. As infraestruturas são despesa se forem irresponsáveis. As infraestruturas são investimento produtivo. São investimento produtivo geradores ou capazes de gerar interesse daquilo que são os investidores. Cada estrada construída, cada porto modernizado, cada caminho de ferro reabilitado, cada sistema de energia instalado, cada infraestrutura de águas executada é um multiplicador de emprego, de riqueza, de produtividade e, como dizia no início, de dignidade. Então, para isso, nós temos que mobilizar o capital que existe. Como dizia a boa notícia, ele está cá, mais de 1 trilhão. E esse é que é o caminho, mobilizar o capital africano para o investimento africano. Os fundos soberanos, os fundos de pensões, têm neste aspecto um papel fundamental porque têm um horizonte de visão certo, uma visão a longo prazo, quando estamos a falar de investimentos que devem acompanhar a geração de produtividade para o país. Estamos a falar sempre de ciclos mais longos, de longo prazo. O que é preciso são as estruturas certas. É preciso para que os investidores tenham segurança, que tenham previsibilidade e que tenham um retorno ajustado ao risco que estão a correr. Para isso é necessário que haja o desenvolvimento, o crescimento e as condições para a estruturação dos fundos nacionais e regionais de infraestruturas, muitas vezes acompanhado daquilo que são os mecanismos de primeira perda, garantias públicas parciais, plataformas de co-investimento entre fundos institucionais e operadores privados, modelos, também aqui muito falado nos últimos dias, de blended finance, com apoio das grandes multilaterais. A Mota prova que funciona na medida em que trabalha com todos há uma década, com a Africa Finance Corporation, com o Trade and Development Bank, com o Afrexim Bank, com o Africa Development Bank, algumas seguradoras, a ATI, por exemplo, com projetos executados no terreno. E é assim que se cria um ecossistema em que o dinheiro africano financia o desenvolvimento africano. Porque quem financia decide. E é o momento, meus senhores, de África decidir o seu próprio futuro. Se há capacidade financeira, há capacidade de decidirmos o nosso próprio futuro, com confiança e previsibilidade. Os investidores não temem o risco. Os investidores temem a incerteza. E é através de projetos transparentes, com alicerces de confiança, com a harmonização reequilibrada entre aquilo que são os regimes regulatórios dos países, o desenvolvimento dos mercados de capitais locais, que são essenciais, com as iniciativas como a African Continental Free Trade Area, ou como vimos aqui a AUDA-NEPAD, que são fundamentais, que transformam infraestruturas nacionais em oportunidades continentais, que criam escala para o capital fluir, o capital africano e do qual o internacional irá seguir com certeza. Portanto, o desenvolvimento não é um bem de importação. O desenvolvimento constrói-se com confiança, com competência e com capital próprio. O futuro das infraestruturas africanas depende da convergência de todas as vontades que estão nesta sala. A vontade política, o capital interno e a capacidade de execução, muitas das vezes alicerçada no setor privado. Quando governos, fundos soberanos, operadores privados se sentam à mesma mesa, que foi isso que fizemos nestes dias e estamos a fazer, o resultado só pode ser desenvolvimento sustentável, soberania real. A África não precisa de pedir mais. A África precisa de acreditar mais. O capital está aqui, o talento está aqui e o futuro também está aqui. E a Motengil, obviamente, está aqui para contribuir convosco. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let me go to my last speaker, who is Madame Turon from Shelter Afrique. We've been actually talking about infrastructures and financing, especially using the financing from our pension funds. What do you think are the reforms that we need in the way we approach African pension fund system to unlock long-term savings for national housing financing, extremely important, and how can regional collaboration among social security institutions can help pool resources for institutions like Shelter Afrique to support cross-border investment into urban development. You have the floor, Madame Turon.
Thank you very much, Amin. I'm Vimala Turon, and I work at Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Actually, I drive the fund management group of Shelter Development Bank. So I think a lot have been said already from my panelists. We know that Africa is not short of capital. Africa is short of confidence. Africa is short of coordination, project preparation. So if we want to unlock local, dormant, private capital, for me, I call it a paradox. There's a lot of liquidity, a lot of dormant capital. We also need to build the system, processes, infrastructure in place to build the confidence. So this is, for me, the first way to wake up the capital that is dormant. We need to build system, transparent and productive to invest at home, litigation system, legal framework, process, skilled workers, so that we do not domicile offshore, but we come onshore at home to build the confidence. And capital does not move because we want it to move. It just moves because when it's confident. So the first task for me is, first of all, let's not work in silos, in fragmented ways. And I think if you were here on the first day, AMFI has signed with ADU-NEPAD. It's a strategic partnership that we want to bring African finance institution. So we talk a lot about decolonization must happen, and I think our panelist has been saying you need to walk the talk. We Africans need to be sitting around the table and find ways to unlock capital and blend finance and de-risk the local dormant capital. I think all of us knows we want pension fund to invest in infrastructure, but we don't want our money to get lost. And when it's time for us to require, we don't have our money left. So the AMFI is it's an alliance that have come together with all the African finance institutions, namely Afrexim, TDB, to support the mandate of unlocking more private capital by de-risking them. So we have come together and designing guarantee mechanism, innovative financing mechanism that can come to de-risk infrastructure. So Shelter Africa Development Bank, our mandate is housing, urbanization, and planning. For me, housing is the very first step to decent living. It changed the paradigm of our youth, of our future, when you have a roof on your head. So maybe if we come together and if I link it to the summit theme, the corridors, how can we make trade turn into jobs, creation, a future? So under the fund management group, we have a lot of themes, and we are doing a lot of partnership with big international banks such as Badea, the Islamic Development Bank. We have signed a project preparation framework of more than 1 billion with the Afrexim Bank so that we prepare projects, de-risk them, and we build confidence in institutions that are coming. So for me, building our own infrastructure, ride on the African continental free trade that we are having, and also build a trust infrastructure with legal framework, governance, so that we can move capital internally. So this is for me how we can move housing, infrastructure, block mortar into job creation, decent living, and also bring the component of climate resilience. We keep our migrants, refugees on the continent. In 2045, Africa will have the largest youth population than any of the planet. So let's start cross-correcting and building the future for us, African, by Africa, for Africa. So this is what I want to say, Amin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chiron. Now we are about to conclude. And to conclude, I have one specific question for Dr. Zefak, one specific question for Dr. Rita and Anthony, quite actually, and then I will ask each of the participants to take 1 minute to only 1 minute, really. Let me start by Dr. Rita and Dr. Anthony, because what Mr. Salvador from BDA was saying is quite interesting. He says that non-African institutions, financial institutions, seems to have more confidence in National Development Bank than actually African multilateral financial institutions. For me, that's quite interesting because we have signed an agreement with AMFI just a couple of days ago, and we are all actually pushing really to have and to see more interaction, more integration between our regional institutions and our National Development Bank. But at the same time, here today we have a clear example of a National Development Bank that says that it's much easier to go to speak to Japanese than to go and to speak to a regional African Development Bank or institutions. First, how can this be? That's number one. And then how can we change actually this perception if the perception is a reality? Dr. Rita.
Okay. I think, first of all, that shouldn't be the case. I think there's a lot to do and enough to go around that we really should be collaborating more. So for us, our principle is that the local development banks, they have a role to play that kind of should connect to the more regional banks like ourselves, because they have more direct knowledge and access to the local context and the national plans and the national sort of pipelines, right? They have their own de-risking instruments which can be combined with ours so that we can both do more. Just speaking from EFSI's perspective, there are countries where this works better than others, but for me it's a matter of relationship. So it just means we need to deepen the relationships we have across the continent with all the development banks. And we actually have opportunities to do this. We have organizations. There's a continental framework of national development banks, which I'm a part of. We meet regularly, and I think the goal maybe is to deepen the relationships between the sort of the more Pan-African facing banks with the national banks, because I think there's a sort of a cross-fertilization that could be very, very good in terms of developing more projects at the project preparations stage, which is really critical.
Thank you, Dr. Rita. We move to Dr. Anthony for his take on that one. Then I will go to Dr. Zefak to ask him this very specific question that I have prepared. Then I will come back to you, Rita, for the conclusion. Anthony, from TDB. Is there? No? It's the same question.
Yes. Yeah. No, thank you, our moderator. I think as it's been well put by my fellow panelists, it's clear that we need to go beyond our own perceptions and our own hesitations, specifically in three areas. One, trust in our Africa institutions to put in place bankable projects. Secondly, the ability of those projects to be funded by both long-term investors, and secondly, by which is mainly through either debt or equity instruments, and thirdly, the belief that these projects have a direct economic and social impact to not only to the specific jurisdictions in the continent, but the continent in general. If you listen to the narrative by AFME, or the Alliance of Africa, MDBs, there's a clear that a lot of effort, work is being done to mobilize institutional capital to play a bigger part in the already capital being offered through debt by our very strong, capable Africa multinational institutions. So, in summary, I'm saying a lot has been said. It's time for action, because we have the two prerequisites of infrastructure financing in our hands. On one side, there's clear and available bankable infrastructure projects on one hand, and the pipeline is almost infinity. On the other side, the capital is available in whichever structure or format those projects can absorb. The only thing remaining is to execute and believe we can execute. And there are many friends and partners from over the world who are cheering us on. So let's do it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Zefak, this is really, it's not a generic question. It's linked to this conversation. You know, our central banks are quite conservative, usually. They only spend their time managing inflation. They don't really do much in terms of supporting economic transformation. That one, I think there are quite a number of reports that have put this forward, and yourself, you wrote about it, actually, I think, quite a while ago on that one. So how can, from a macroeconomic perspective, how can our central banks, monetary institutions, really collaborate to ensure that the frame monetary policies and monetary decisions, I would say fiscal decisions, that can eventually make our own institutional investors find investment in infrastructure a viable and long-term investment and interest. Because we've been talking a lot about reforms, but at the same time, when the very first road, the very first blockade of reform is central banks, usually in our countries. Just to put it, I hope the governor of central banks who are here won't be unhappy with me, but I'm just stating facts that have been, on which actually scholars have been writing over and over again in this continent. Dr. Zefak, over to you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that no investment is viable in a macroeconomic environment that is not conducive. So it is the primary responsibility of central banks to ensure stable prices, right? That's their primary mandate. And it's a job they should do and they should clearly focus on. They need to keep inflation down. But when you look across Africa, we still have countries with double-digit inflation across the board. And that is certainly a huge deterrent to investment of any kind, including in infrastructure. So central banks must do their job of stabilizing prices. But in some countries as well, central banks could also play a bigger role in availing, medium to long-term facilities to engage in investment. We've discussed this, especially in the case of CFA countries. Where inflation is probably not the most important problem, but then where you don't see domestic financing of this economy because of really lack of medium to long-term capital. But I think it is the role of development institutions, development banks, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds to actually engage in that role, and I think that's what we've been discussing here on this panel. We have to clearly make sure that those institutions are properly managed. Our sovereign wealth funds, our pension funds often do not have the right corporate governance, do not necessarily have the right governance framework to deliver. And I think that should be our first focus. How do we improve governance of our sovereign funds and ensure that they do have transparent frameworks, reporting frameworks, and really avoid becoming tools for political patronage. I think that's the first and most important thing we need to do. The second most important thing we need to do is to actually ensure that we uncover other sources of domestic revenue mobilization. This session was about domestic revenue mobilization, is about domestic revenue mobilization, and I think it goes beyond the sovereign wealth fund. The first area, as I've mentioned earlier, is to make sure we better manage our SOEs. If we could actually reduce the level of mismanagement of our SOEs, we will actually be able to raise more domestic revenue than our sovereign wealth fund do have. So if we can actually really deepen the reforms on our SOEs, if you just think of the level of subsidies that our government actually sink into utilities, into SOEs of all kinds, that's a lot of resources that could actually be used for investment. The third area where I believe we should be also looking into, and that's extremely important, is to really rethink the use of fiscal incentive. Because a number of countries are actually really spending more than 5% of their GDP in fiscal incentive without actually equating that to any clear return, neither in terms of investment nor in terms of employment. And that is, foregone revenues that could be used in different ways, including in financing Africa's infrastructure. So, just to summarize, What I'm saying is, one, central banks have a huge role to play in stabilizing the macroeconomic framework, because without a sound macro framework, it's going to be difficult to invest. They need to be managing, of course, they need to be ensuring that exchange rate are in line and not misaligned. We do have in countries across the continent where you have a parallel market premium of more than 100%, and you would clearly agree with me that in those cases, it's difficult to actually invest. So central banks have a key role. The macro framework is absolutely critical. We need to continue keeping those stable macro framework. Second, to really translate resources from our sovereign wealth fund and our pension funds into long-term investment, including in infrastructure. We need to improve governance of those entities. We need to also, deepen the reforms of the regulatory frameworks. We need to, make sure we work to get clear, products that would be bankable, and available for those institutions. And we need to explore other sources of domestic revenue mobilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zefak. In fact, the job of our central banks is extremely difficult in a continent where we import more than 85% of what we consume. Basically, we are importing the entire world inflation into Africa, and at the same time, we try to stabilize prices, which in reality doesn't actually really tally, but anyway, that's another debate. They need to change the policies, not to be just stabilizing, but really support investments, so that we can start producing ourselves and stop importing inflation. So they have a big role to play. I would like now to ask each of my speakers to just take 1 minute. Maybe the minister can take 2 minutes, just to give the conclusion. And I'm going to put actually to interrupt you if you go beyond 1 minute. What do you think? And because we all agree, we hold about $3 to $4 trillion in pension, in insurance, in sovereign wealth fund. And Dr. Zefak just said that there is other sources of money available in this continent. What will it take for our governments to create the trust, extremely important, the regulatory stability, and the vision that will allow our own funds, our own investors, our own institutional investors to confidently invest in our roads, in our power grids, in our industries, so that public leadership finally matches our financial potential, and hopefully will reduce our exposure to everything that's going around. Remember what happened during the COVID, where when we blocked everyone closed, we really started feeling worried in this continent because we import everything. Mr. Minister, over to you. Then we move. We just go by this line, and then we conclude. This is your conclusion. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. E muito já foi dito pelos colegas aqui painelistas, e importa também referir que Moçambique está neste momento em curso a criação de um Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimento. Por isso, quando ouvi aqui o PCA do BDA, deu para perceber que, em linhas gerais, estamos harmonizados, e é um banco que visa concentrar recursos e vai investir em infraestruturas de produtividade e competitividade ao nível do país e também para o continente. Para diversificar a mobilização do capital doméstico, há aqui também uma janela que visa a exploração conjunta de recursos partilhados entre países dentro do continente, de modo a investir em infraestruturas que vai gerar o benefício mútuo. É preciso também assegurar a utilização deste capital doméstico como contrapartida em projetos cofinanciados, por exemplo, com o BAD, com a Africa 50 a AUDA, NEPAD. Aí cria-se condições de partilha mútua, de um financiamento conjunto e gerar alguma competitividade do país. Por fim, é uma questão, de facto, de liderança política, de inovação financeira e transparência institucional, como foi muito bem dito aqui, e só assim é que vamos criar condições para o sucesso desta mobilização do capital doméstico e desenvolver infraestruturas que vão impactar o nosso continente, que vai transformar corredores em sucesso e vai abrir espaço para a zona de comércio livre continental africana. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let's move to Mr. Geraldo Jesus Antonio from, yes.
Thank you very much, Amin. Probably just as a closing remark, I will highlight some of the important points that have been touched here that are related to us sovereign investors. One of them is the issue between managers abroad and domestic capital. We at Fundo Soberano, we had that dilemma a few years ago, and now we have approved a new investment strategy in which where we invest around 30% or 40% of our own portfolio toward direct investment in Angola and in the region. Therefore, Fundo Soberano is also very concerned about harmonization. Why? Because we are the biggest Pan-African sovereign wealth fund. We have investments in Angola and across the region, from South Africa to Sierra Leone, etc. So we understand that as long as Africa don't have a new financial architecture, we'll still have a lot of issues. Whether we have to go through offshore accounts, and that will also penalize some of the return of expectation that we are looking at. So we insist in harmonization. Regarding the DFIs and the multilaterals that are in this room, AFC or TDB, I have to defend them a little bit because we, Fundo Soberano de Angola, we've been involved and engaged with them in many projects. They've been helping us not only in local Angolan projects, but also in regional projects where they have put their skin in the game. So maybe they have some issue financing some of the BDI project, but they have been very, very engaged with us. And just this week, we have signed a new facility agreement with TDB. So I think we should not be too harsh on them. Regarding African platform, we as Fundo Soberano de Angola, we have one of the founding members of ASIF, the Association of Sovereign Investors Forum. And I would like to put the note here that next year, Fundo Soberano de Angola, here in Luanda, we'll have the next ASIF Forum in which we are planning to create what we call the African Investment Platform so that we have all sovereign investors from the region, the most important sovereign wealth fund and some of the most important pension funds will gather here to make sure that we will build this platform in which one of us will invest in domestic projects, especially infrastructure and agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerardo. Let's now move to Dr. Rita.
Thank you, Amin. So mine is, I'd like to end on a point of clarity. And this has to do with the data, because a lot of numbers get thrown around. But based on the bottom-up analysis that we've done, that I was talking about earlier, I mentioned a total number of $4 trillion in domestic capital pools on the continent, but that breaks down as follows. It's not $4 trillion in pensions, okay? It is, of the $4 trillion, that's $2.5 trillion in commercial banks assets. The pensions are 455 billion. Insurance is 320 billion. Central banks are 435 billion. Sovereign wealth funds, 150 billion. And the remainder are public development banks. Now, this is based on coverage of a majority of countries where the bulk of the domestic capital pools sit, which is equivalent to 80% of continental GDP. So even what's missed would be the smaller countries. So it's still a conservative figure, but it's very different from some of the big numbers that get thrown around. Now, I think where the opportunity really is in the informal sector, because we know that much of Africa's economy in many countries is still informal, up to 65% informal. And that's something that we haven't really touched upon in this conversation, which is how to formalize those savings and create trust in our financial sector so people are comfortable coming out of the shadows. Last but not least is to say that as of next year, in terms of our collaboration with ASA, we will have an open source data platform of all of the continental pension money, institutional money, which I think maybe a little bit to Dr. Kili's point might go a bit, this sort of transparency is a way of also protecting, okay, that when your information is available for all to see in a consistent way, that this provides us a level of protection from the kind of interference that we're worried about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita. We move now to Dr. Zainab Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Amin. The World Bank recognizes the importance of leveraging domestic capital, particularly capital not just from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, but also insurance funds and funds that have been captured in the data as reported by AFC. We see this as an opportunity for the continent to be able to mobilize this capital for infrastructure development. The World Bank can and will support the African continent in terms of improving policy and regulatory frameworks for capital mobilization, strengthening governance and institutional trust, but also enhancing project preparation and risk mitigation and fostering regional and continental coordination. The bank also supports the African Union's effort to develop a continental roadmap for policy harmonization and capital deployment.
Thank you very much. We move now 1 minute for Dr. Zefak. That's it. Okay, we go now to... Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just conclude by saying there are models that are already happening across the continent. For example, in Kenya, with the Kenyan Investment Pension Fund Consortium, pension funds in Kenya co-investing together in infrastructure asset class, and governments stepping in to expand infrastructure investment as an asset class, but also giving pension funds more room to invest. So Kenya, not too long ago, increased that to 10%. So there are encouraging steps being taken, and governments should allow pension funds to invest other than T-bills and treasury bonds. I would also say bringing in other global investments into the continent for infrastructure, our pension funds investing in their local infrastructure is a de-risk mechanism. It takes ownership, skin in the game, and shared risk for global investors to also come in. We have facilitated funds from Kenya, from South African pension funds into a Pan-African fund alongside US pension funds. So that's a very interesting, innovative model that is already happening, but we don't want it to be an isolated incident, that it doesn't get applied and multiplied across the continent. But we should emphasize on the 50% penetration rate for our workforce across the continent by 2063. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to Mr. Kili.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Yeah, we want to use this opportunity to request our institutions in Africa, the AFC, DDB, Africa 50, Afri-Exim Bank. We would like to have technical capacity, and even World Bank can chip in, to create a big technical capacity for creating the frameworks. So we're really shopping around for this kind of assistance at our head office in Arusha, as well as in Nairobi, where we are going to do the arrangement for the Pan-Africa Infrastructure Fund for pension funds. And secondly, we would like to request that through AU NEBAD partnership, we would really want to have the assistance in bringing all our Africa pension funds and social security institutions under the umbrella of ASA, because through that, we de-risk the political risk faced by each individual pension fund, because the investment will be done through a global framework, which is an international best practice to avoid any domestic political risk of investing in infrastructure directly. So that is the call to action and the request to each one of us here to make us do that. We know of other international institutions which are doing this, other pension funds internationally, so we like to follow that example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anthony? 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues here, and thanks so much, Dr. Rita, for giving the statistics which show what needs to be done. I will just say this. We need unity of purpose, and this can be gotten through an association. Specifically, the Continental or Africa pension funds already have an existing platform called ASA. The former chairman is here, the Secretary General of the association is here. They've been trying to set up a vehicle for the last 12 years to invest jointly in infrastructure in the continent. Gladly, partners in the room, Auda NAPOD, IFC, TDB, have offered specific facilitation modalities to make that initiative through an ASA infrastructure investment fund go live. Thanks. So it's time for any pension fund in the continent to join ASA and support that joint infrastructure investment across the continent for both impact to our communities and countries, but also to impressive risk-adjusted return from infrastructure investment and associated opportunities in the continent.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
We go to Jean Salvador, CEO of BDA. 1 minute, please.
Bom dia mais uma vez a todos. Eu peço encarecidamente aos representantes das multilaterais nessa cimeira que não se sintam mal. Um dos propósitos dessa cimeira é, portanto, angariar fundos para investir em projetos de infraestrutura. Então, sintam um desafio e não se sintam mal pelas questões que foram cá levantadas. Os mercados estão segregados, os clientes ou promotores cedentes de capitais mais facilmente chegam aos bancos, nesse caso os bancos de desenvolvimento, do que as multilaterais, do que os fundos. Daí a necessidade de estarmos a falar constantemente de as multilaterais, os fundos financiarem os bancos para que esses, por sua vez, financiem os projetos que têm em carteira. Há aqui alguns receios pelos meus antecessores relativamente aos temas de governance, os temas legais. Do ponto de vista do Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola, que está inserido no sistema financeiro bancário angolano, é regulado como os outros bancos são regulados. E Angola, como sabem, persegue equivalência regulatória com a Europa e com os Estados Unidos. Estamos muito próximos disso e, desse ponto de vista, penso que não deve haver receios. As organizações são extremamente organizadas desse ponto de vista, do governance, e por essa via, só simplesmente por essa via, não devemos ter receios.
Really 1 minute. I need to interrupt you. So can you just take 10 seconds and then we close? I need to move, so just 10 seconds if you want to conclude, because it's more than a minute actually we spoke. Go ahead. All right, so yes, go ahead.
Ok, eu acho que nós, estas ciameiras são muito importantes, mas acima de tudo eu acho que isto tem que ser feito mais no dia a dia. Tem que haver, se calhar, um grupo de trabalho dentro da União Africana ou dentro de uma instituição que represente o continente com mais interlocutores não só na área financeira ou política, mas noutras áreas, que possam contribuir de uma forma muito pragmática aquilo que é preciso fazer no dia-a-dia. Porque nós, estas cimeiras são anuais, ou muitas vezes nem são anuais, são bianuais ou trianuais, e é preciso atuar rápido, e por isso lançava este desafio, que era nós criarmos um grupo de trabalho em que possa ser discutido e possam ser apresentadas soluções de acordo com os problemas que hoje em dia os empresários vivem, as instituições financeiras também. Nós hoje ouvimos aqui muitas delas a comentar, ou algumas até lamentar, muitas vezes. Nós somos muito teóricos e não há tempo para discutir muitas vezes coisas que depois não se concretizam. Ok, obrigado.
Thank you very much. Challenge is taken, I think, with AMPI members and other NEPAD, and yourself. We can actually try to move this forward. Mr. Pedro, was it Pedro speaking or was it Jean?
Pedro was speaking.
Yeah,
now is José
please.
Carlos from Motengil.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Eu terminaria como começamos. Independentemente daquilo que lhe possamos chamar, estamos sempre a falar no continente africano, nesta mesa de autonomia, estamos a falar de soberania, estamos a falar de confiança. É preciso fazer, é isso que a Mota tem vindo a demonstrar há 80 anos, desde nascida e criada em África, fazer no terreno, no dia-a-dia. Os instrumentos estão lá, o capital está lá, é preciso que todas as vontades se continuem a juntar com os executantes estruturados para o entregar. Estamos a falar de desenvolvimento, estamos a falar de dignidade. O futuro de África não será importado. O futuro de África será construído pelos africanos, com capital africano, com os parceiros africanos. A mobilização do capital, que falamos aqui, do capital interno, podemos chamar de independência económica da região. Não basta construirmos infraestruturas, é preciso construirmos confiança. Quem financia define o futuro, como dizia há pouco. É o momento da África definir o seu próprio futuro com os recursos próprios. A sustentabilidade, que falamos aqui, o compliance, o ESG, não é um custo, assim como as infraestruturas não são um custo. Se as infraestruturas são um investimento, a sustentabilidade é um novo critério de acesso ao capital. O investimento certo é aquele que depois do financiamento persiste. Obrigado, a Mota estará cá, ou continuará cá para ajudar a região.
Absolutely. Thank you, José. Let's move. No, thank you, actually, Pedro. Let's move to José Nogueira, and then I will have Madame Turon, and I will just give a 30-second conclusion, and then we can start the session.
Amin. So
No, not you. Now is Nogueira, José Nogueira, Moto Engil. Was he the one speaking? Okay, since the interpreter has the same voice, I can. Everyone speaks in Portuguese. I'm listening to the same interpreter. So, all right. So let's move to Madame Turon, and then we're going to conclude.
Okay, so Africa Capital is not missing, I was just saying. It's merely dormant, waiting for confidence, coordination, and conviction. If we can secure, just through sound governance, credible domiciliation, and blended de-risking, our own sovereign and pension fund will become the engines of Africa's transformation. The theme of this summit, capital, corridors, and trade, remind us that infrastructure is not just about connectivity. It's about creating the conditions for decent living. Every corridor we build should carry not only goods and energy, but also jobs, housing, and hope for our citizens. This is the moment for us, Africa. Africa to finance its own development, not as a slogan, but a strategy. We are 54 countries on the continent. Let's come together to build the future for us, Africa by Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. In conclusion, we all agree that we are not short of money, we are not short of resources. What we are facing eventually, and maybe let's just face it, maybe we are short of coordination, we are actually short of confidence, and we may even be short of courage, because we go to the AU, we make continental decisions, and we are hardly implementing them when we come back to our countries. So we must act now. Our governments, actually, they must act now by building trust, enforcing stable policies, and creating the enabling environment that allow our funds to invest boldly at home. Home is Africa. It's not just one specific country. But true transformation, ladies and gentlemen, also means we need to widen our circle. We need to bring in the informal sector. Actually, I think Rita was the one speaking about that, where most of our people and productivity lie, basically. And if we integrate the informal sector workers into the pension, into the savings system, we would expand as well both inclusion and at the same time the pool of the domestic capital for investment. This is extremely important. So the time for plans, I think, has passed. That's what we have been always saying since the beginning of this session and since the beginning of the LFS. Now it's time for us to lead. It's time for us to reform. It's time for us to invest, and to invest with our own resources, for our own people, for our own development. So we need to walk the talk, and walking the talk must be starting now, and it must start with us at this LFS. That's why I think Jose was asking us to be together and to come back maybe in 2 years and to measure what we have done in terms of progress. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and to my panelists, I really enjoyed the conversation. I want to thank you. I want to thank you as well for your patience, because this have taken like 2 hours, and I've been requested to stop, and I say the conversation is very important. I'm not going to stop until all my panelists have expressed themselves properly, because we don't have many opportunities like that. Now let's move to the family photo, and then the closing ceremony can start thereafter. Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Muito obrigada a todos. Chegamos ao final das sessões e nosso profundo agradecimento a todos os participantes, painelistas e moderadores que fizeram parte desta nossa cimeira. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, solicitamos a todos que permaneçam nos seus lugares. Vamos agora organizar os detalhes finais para o seguimento da nossa cerimônia de encerramento. We've come to the close of our series of plenary sessions. Our warmest gratitude to all of the participants for sharing their crucial insights and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, We now request you to keep on your place because we are going to finalize the organizations for the next moment, which is our close ceremony. Thank you very much.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, muito bom dia. Antes de começarmos a cerimónia de encerramento, e por ser muito importante, comunico que foi encontrada uma caneta de insulina, uma caneta vermelha, no lounge ministerial. Esta caneta é só se dirigirem ao protocolo. Eles estão vestidos de preto com uma faixa vermelha e farão a entrega ao respectivo proprietário. May I ask anyone who has lost a red insulin pen to please approach the protocol team? They are dressed in black and wearing a red sash. Senhoras e senhores, pedimos a vossa atenção, por favor. Dentro de brevíssimos instantes terá início a cerimónia de encerramento. Solicitamos que tomem os vossos lugares e que mantenham os telemóveis em modo silencioso. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? The ceremony will begin in just a few moments. Kindly take your seats and ensure that all mobile phones are set to silent modes. The ceremony is about to begin. Sim? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we'll commence just now. Vamos começar mesmo agora. Peço muito respeitosamente que todos se sentem para que possamos então fazer o encerramento desta cerimónia. Por favor, sentemo-nos e comecemos. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, damos início à cerimónia de encerramento da terceira Cimeira de Financiamento para o Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África, um encontro que, ao longo destes dias, reuniu chefes de Estado, ministros e líderes institucionais, investidores e parceiros internacionais unidos por uma visão comum: acelerar a integração, a conectividade e o desenvolvimento sustentável do nosso continente. Durante 3 dias de trabalho intenso, Luanda foi palco de debates estratégicos, compromissos políticos e iniciativas concretas que reforçam o papel de África como motor de crescimento e inovação global. Para iniciar esta sessão, a que eu peço muito respeitosamente para quem ainda se encontra em pé para se sentar, dizia eu, para iniciar esta sessão, convidamos Sua Excelência Nardos Bekel Thomas, diretora executiva da Auda NEPAD, a dirigir as suas palavras de encerramento.
Good afternoon. Well, all good things have an end, and today, right now, we have come to the culmination of the 2 days of really discussions, deliberations, frank conversations with all of you, the ministers and member states, representatives, the private sector, development partners, financial institutions, all stakeholders in this wonderful, wonderful platform that we have created to make sure that nexus between development and finance becomes a reality. On behalf, Excellencies, I should say, I should at least salute, dignitaries that are there. I would like to really recognize the presence of the former Vice President of Angola, who has been with us throughout the sessions. And Your Excellency, you have sent so many signals to the rest of our member states that you are committed, that you're with us, and that you are really very actively involved in the continuation of what you had left as a legacy. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ministers, honorable ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, investors, partners, all of you eminent personalities that have been with us for the last 2.5 days. Thank you very much. On behalf of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, allow me to express our profound gratitude to His Excellency President João Manuel González Lorenzo, and to the people and government of the Republic of Angola. Mr. President, in absentia, I will say that your leadership has turned hospitality into momentum and convening into concrete outcomes, and we are very, very grateful. To the government of Angola, obrigada. You have been true co-architects of this success. Minister Carlos Alberto dos Santos, the constancy of your team from the earliest scoping to the final negotiations ensured that this summit remained relentlessly focused on delivery. To the Minister of State, Jose de Lima Massano, Minister Massano, your whole of government approach, seamlessly aligning finance, trade, and infrastructure is what enabled us to move from abstract ideas to actionable instruments. We value this not as a one-time collaboration, but as a lasting compact for Africa's integration. To the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Tete, in absentia, thank you for your outstanding diplomatic stewardship. Your quiet but decisive facilitation and brokering understandings when discussions were sensitive kept doors open and solutions moving. Your team's professionalism ensured that every delegation was received, every session was protected by order and courtesy, and the spirit of cooperation prevailed throughout. To our mother African Union Commission, thank you for anchoring this summit in AU decisions and for the tireless behind-the-scenes backstopping, legal, protocol, communications, and technical that converted proposals into executable outcomes. And to my dear sister Commissioner Lerato, thank you for your leadership, guidance, and practical support to our joint technical team's work. To our media partners, national, continental, and international, thank you for telling the story of this summit with accuracy and dignity. Your live coverage, interviews, photos, and thoughtful analysis ensured that the commitments made in Luanda reached citizens, investors, and policymakers across Africa and beyond. A special thank you to the press officers, camera crews, photographers, editors, and our documentation and social media teams who worked around the clock to keep the public informed. To all the people behind the scenes, the stage managers, sound and lighting engineers, live stream and IT connectivity teams, registration and accreditation desks, transport coordinators and drivers, and venue operations and housekeeping crews, runners, chefs, and volunteers, your early mornings and late nights made a complex week feel really effortless. Thank you so much. To our member states, your presence, your technical teams, and your political stewardship are the engine of this process. Cross-border infrastructure only advances when sovereigns move together. Your commitment this week on policies, permits, guarantees, and governance are what make our pipelines investable. To the DFIs, development partners, institutional investors, and the private sector, our message is simple. We will match your fiduciary discipline with regulatory clarity and project preparation at scale. You have asked for predictable rules, transparent governance, bankable offtake, and credible counterparties. We heard you, and we commit on behalf of our member states and ourselves as the premier development agency to calibrate our processes and to respond to your appeal. And finally, To the delegates who have joined us from every corner of our continent, your presence is a testament to your commitment. We are especially humbled by those who undertook journeys of immense dedication, traveling for days by road to be here and to lend your voices to this critical cause. You are the very heart of this gathering. We had 2,000 delegates, 2,000. And this has been remarkable. And I want to thank each and every one of you for the order, for the patience, for being so attentive, and for bringing the Pan-Africanism in you. Thank you very much. Excellencies, in my opening remarks, we set 3 tests for success. Allow me to report against them. First was deals that will close. The design of this summit was intentional, to move beyond speeches and to create a dynamic marketplace. Here, project owners met directly with investors to negotiate and advance specific projects, taking us from rhetoric to concrete financing. The deal rooms have been the engine of this summit. We have seen compelling transactions presented across 4 key sectors with a total portfolio value of no less than $43.9 billion in investable opportunities. Let me break down that momentum by sector. First, in transport, we advanced $25 billion in crucial corridors and logistics network. Second, in energy, we secured focus on $15 billion for power interconnectors and generation. In water, we highlighted $2.7 billion in vital resource security projects. In ICT, we catalyzed $1.2 billion for backbone digital infrastructure. But our task now is to translate this quantum into concrete outcomes. To make this tangible, we have forged a core pact with AMFI to fast-track 13 high-impact projects. These are no longer concepts in a plan. They are now on a unified track for preparation and financing. We selected them for one decisive reason. Their unique capacity to connect and unleash regional trade. When working with AFDB, we have sequenced the next steps. The remaining transactions will be presented in curated deal rooms at the Africa Investment Forum in Morocco this December. Further projects will be advanced at the Africa-Europe platform, ensuring continuous investment engagement, due diligence support, and co-financing dialogue. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the essential pivot we have committed to the shift from abstract project lists to a disciplined, financeable pipeline. 2 was a governance commitment fit for continental assets. We established a fundamental principle at this summit. Our priority PIDA corridors are not merely national projects, they are continental assets. And as such, they demand a governance framework worthy of that stature. This means binding agreements, clear mandates, and delivery authorities with real power and accountability. We're not starting from scratch. Africa already possesses powerful proof points. We agreed that the West African Gas Pipeline Authority demonstrates how treaty-anchored regulation can align states and private operators. The Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority provides a model for corridor-wide governance from port to hinterland, the Zambezi River Authority stands as a testament to the power of binational ownership with a precise mandate to deliver and operate shared assets. These were presented as best practices. Here in Luanda, in our boardrooms, we have seen these principles come to life. We have heard how Central African corridors are consolidating their governance, and critically how the Lobito corridor is evolving beyond a simple concession into a fully structured ecosystem, coherently linking rail, ports, minerals, energy, and industrial platforms under a single enforceable set of rules. These are the models we must scale, treaty-backed, technically grounded, and insulated from short-term political fluctuations. Therefore, your premier development agency, AUDA NEPAD, in partnership with member states, of course, and REX and the African Union Commission, will now take concrete steps to institutionalizing this approach. Furthermore, echoing the powerful call from His Excellency Mamadou Issoufou, former President of Niger and AFCFTA champion, we will support the establishment of a PIDA monitoring committee of project champions. It will create a practical system of peer-to-peer accountability where successful projects can mentor those facing delays. Taken together, these steps represent a decisive shift from a collection of isolated projects to an integrated continental system of delivery. A system that endures beyond political cycles, gives investors the predictability they require, and finally delivers to our people the seamless connectivity they deserve. This is one of the concrete recommendations of this summit. The third was unified capital. We came to this summit with a clear commitment to finally mobilize African capital, public, sovereign, and private, to act in unison, with a dedicated focus on the critical stage of project preparation. I can state unequivocally that the last 2 days have turned that commitment into a tangible financial reality. The signals from our own financial institutions are clear and powerful. AMFI has committed $1.5 billion for infrastructure financing, aligned with Agenda 2063, with $100 million strategically ring-fenced for project preparation, the essential fuel for our pipeline. Through partnership with the AFDB, Africa 50, Afreximbank, and the Africa Finance Corporation, we are designing an infrastructure guarantee platform that aims to mobilize $10 billion in de-risked investment by 2030. This is what has been taking place in the boardrooms. Our shared goal is clear: to raise Africa's private investment share in infrastructure from 10% today to 25% within a decade. In addition, Africa 50 and FSDA has committed to work with the governments of Angola, DRC, and Zambia, as well as with our partners, to develop and implement a cross-border transmission line between Angola and DRC and Zambia. That will promote regional trade of electricity in general and supply power to the Lobito corridor in particular. Fourth, Qatar Energy has committed an initial amount, 150 million, but with the hope that in 2026, next year, we'll reach 500 million for catalytic co-investment targeting the precise gaps that prevent projects from reaching bankability. Thank you very much, Qatar Energy. The TDB and Angola Sovereign Wealth Fund are launching work on the Angola Export and Trade Development Facility. a groundbreaking $1 billion vehicle to stimulate exports, attract regional capital, and firmly position Angola as a central hub in Africa's trade and industrial transformation. And critically, ASA, which is the Alliance of Social Securities in Africa, representing pension assets valued at over $54 billion, has signaled a strong commitment to the 5% agenda, to our continent's bold goal to mobilize our own institutional wealth for our own development. In partnership with ASA, we will set up an early preparation window for priority PIDA assets and agree clear eligibility criteria, standardize due diligence templates, and publish milestone reporting, turning today's pipeline into tomorrow's investment-ready transactions while respecting prudential and fiduciary rules. And this is what we signed at the beginning of our event, which is 2 days ago. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, has therefore corrected a long-standing imbalance. For too long, Africa's immense financial power, our savings, our sovereign wealth, our institutional capital, has been a passive spectator in the story of our own development. That chapter, hopefully, is being closed now. Excellencies, over the past 2 days, we have forged a new consensus. The era of empty rhetoric is over, replaced by a commitment to executable instruments. To that end, we are taking 2 immediate and concrete steps. First, we are recalibrating the Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative into a decisive problem-solving platform. It will now serve as a direct conduit linking the political authority of heads of state and government to the technical delivery mechanisms on the ground, ensuring that bottlenecks are escalated and resolved at the highest level. Second, the tangible outcomes of the summit, the binding governance framework, the finance project pipeline, and the unified capital strategy will not simply be reported. They will be presented for formal endorsement, first at the Heads of State and Government Orientation Committee, where 33 presidents of AUDA NEPAD sit, and at the Africa Union Summit in February, transforming the Luanda consensus into a continental mandate. This is how we institutionalize our momentum and ensure that the promise made has become the projects delivered tomorrow. And as I conclude, let me be unequivocal. We arrived in Angola with a clear-eyed agenda. We depart with those actionable governance models, unified African capital, and a reinforced political mandate and a commitment to work together, all of us together. The work continues, but the momentum we have built is now undeniable. The next time we gather, our scorecard will not be the number of MOUs signed. It will be measured in megawatts energized, in trains moving, in ships berthed, in data carried, and in jobs created. Our projects will not only be signed, they will be built, they will be actioned, and they will be transforming the lives of our people. We therefore look forward to meeting again at the African Investment Forum to consolidate the gains from this summit and to sustaining that trajectory into the PIDA Week 2026. That is the standard we have set. That is the future we will deliver together. And I end up by saying thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada. a Sua Excelência Nardos Bekel Thomas, diretora executiva da AUDA-NEPAD, pelo seu discurso. A seguir, temos igualmente a honra de chamar Sua Excelência Lerato Matabog, Comissária da União Africana para as Infraestruturas e Energia.
Thank you, Program Director. Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, Honorable Ministers, Financial and Development Partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me express a special word of thanks to Her Excellency, Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas and her team for excellently navigating the complexity of co-hosting with aplomb. A further special thank you to the Infrastructure and Energy team based in Addis Ababa, my team, for their superb support and hard work. As we bring this historic Luanda Financing Summit to a close, allow me, on behalf of the African Union Commission, to extend our deepest gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Angola. Your warmth, organization, and unwavering commitment to Africa's development have made this gathering not only successful, but truly transformative. Luanda has once again shown the spirit of Pan-African leadership, visionary, determined, and united in purpose. We salute our heads of states and government, whose presence and leadership have guided this summit with clarity and conviction. Your political will continue to remind us that Africa can and must plan, finance, and deliver the foundation of its own prosperity. To our African and global partners, inclusive of the private sector, your collaboration underpins our shared progress. Together we are moving from commitments to coordination, from dialogue to delivery. This summit indeed went beyond dialogue. It has produced tangible outcomes and actionable commitments across strategic and key sectors, and I'm pleased at the wonderful summation by Her Excellency, CEO of NEPAD, in terms of the concrete financial deliverables. From the policy standpoint, in the railways, we did indeed resolve to transform ourselves from being landlocked to being land-linked. Discussions on financing an African integrated and cross-border rail network system reaffirmed rail as a transformative force for trade and integration. Those discussions called for mobilizing innovative financing through blended instruments, green bonds, and sovereign private partnerships. The discussions called for establishing a continental railway agency to ensure interoperability, safety, and efficiency. They called for advancing standard gauge railway projects across priority sectors. They called for positioning rail as a green growth enabler, cutting logistics costs by up to 40%, and catalyzing local manufacturing of rolling stock on the African continent. Through this vision, landlocked nations can become land-linked, and Africa's railways can become arteries of continental commerce. In aviation, the discussions prioritized financing the single African aviation transport market and to support a greener sky on the African continent. Discussions on aviation infrastructure unveiled a bold roadmap to mobilize between 25 to 30 billion US dollars over the next decade to close the aviation infrastructure gap and to realize a single African air transport market. The strategy will rest on blended finance, deploying about $10 billion in catalytic public capital so that it can crowd in an additional $20 billion in private co-investment. Every runway we build, every connection we modernize, and every policy that we will harmonize brings us closer to a connected, resilient, green African aviation system. This is not just an investment in the single African air transport market and the African continental free trade area. It is an investment in a green, resilient, and prosperous future for the entire African continent. We had discussions, multiple discussions on energy and power corridors, with sharp engagements on integration, innovation, and investment. We had actually 4 high-level sessions on energy, on power and green industrialization. And some of the outcomes included a commitment to building a unified clean power network through green corridors and cross-border interconnections, leveraging the African single electricity market and the continental master plan on power. There was agreement on local manufacturing of renewable technologies and strategic use of critical raw minerals to drive green industrial zones. There was recognition that project preparation and regulatory harmonization are essential to de-risk investments and attract capital at scale. The message, after all the conversations we had, was clear. We cannot achieve the Africa we want without the electricity and the power that we need. Conversations on digital infrastructure and artificial intelligence centered on building Africa's smart corridors. They highlighted the transformative role of technology in shaping Africa's transport and logistics systems. There were calls for data-driven AI integrated infrastructure planning to improve efficiency and to reduce costs. There were calls for an agreement to invest in AI infrastructure from data centers to computing facilities and regional collaborations in that regard. There were commitments to strengthen Africa-led AI innovation and digital skills, ensuring ownership and relevance. There was a unified call to advance towards a digital single market by 2030, harmonizing regional standards, policies, and co-investing in each other's economies as Africans. As participants noted, digital infrastructure is now as vital as roads, rail, and runways. It is the backbone of a truly connected Africa. And energy is the foundation that powers them all. Your Excellencies, the Luanda Declaration on Financing African Corridors, adopted at this summit, which will be read in detail shortly, marks a turning point and establishes new cooperative frameworks for corridor financing and power interconnection, articulates commitments to scale up domestic resource mobilization through Africa's financial institutions, emphasizes alignment of investments with Agenda 2063, anchored on PIDA, which is the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, and also anchored on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to ensure coherence and value for money. The declaration presents a shared resolve to deliver bankable projects that change lives across our continent. The African Union Commission, working together with all of our agencies and regional economic communities and our partners, will continue to provide the coordination, technical leadership, and accountability mechanisms needed to move from this summit's declarations to concrete implementation. The journey ahead demands partnership, precision, and persistence, but the foundations laid here in Luanda are strong. We therefore leave Luanda not only inspired, we leave Luanda mobilized. We will carry forward the spirit of collaboration that has defined this summit, and we will turn every commitment into a corridor, every vision into a viable project, and every handshake into a lasting relationship. Thank you, Angola. Thank you, Africa. Thank you, world. Together, we will move from dialogue to delivery, from Luanda to lasting impact. I wish you all safe travels and onwards to implementation. Mudimu ane lulona. God bless Africa. Thank you.
Agradecemos a Sua Excelência Lerato Matabó, Comissária da União Africana para as Infraestruturas e Energia. Seguidamente, convidamos Paulo Tecas, a porta-voz da Cimeira, e vai proceder à leitura da Declaração de Luanda, documento que sintetiza as conclusões e compromissos desta terceira Cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África.
Excelências, por meio do vosso mandato, procederemos à leitura do projeto de declaração de Luanda. Projeto de declaração da Cimeira de Luanda sobre o financiamento do desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, 30 de outubro de 2025, Luanda, Angola. Nós, os chefes de Estado e de Governo dos Estados-membros da União Africana, reunidos na terceira Cimeira sobre o financiamento de desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, em Luanda, Angola, subordinada ao tema Capital, Corredores, Comércio, investir em infraestruturas para a Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana e a Prosperidade Partilhada, felicitamos Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola e Presidente em exercício da União Africana, pela sua liderança visionária e inabalável e pelo seu empenho na promoção do desenvolvimento de infraestruturas como uma força motriz da integração continental em África. Exprimimos a nossa profunda e sincera gratidão ao Governo e ao povo de Angola por, graciosamente, acolherem esta cimeira. Reconhecemos os esforços coordenados da Comissão da União Africana, da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento, bem como das comunidades económicas regionais, da Comissão Económica das Nações Unidas para a África, da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana e da Comissão Africana da Aviação Civil, pelos seus esforços conjuntos na implementação de projetos de infraestruturas regionais, incluindo o Programa para o Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África. O Mercado Único Africano de Eletricidade, o Plano Diretor Continental dos Sistemas Elétricos, o Mercado Único Africano de Transportes Aéreos, a Estratégia de Transformação Digital e a Rede Integrada Ferroviária Africana, entre outros. Apelamos a uma maior sinergia e alinhamento institucional para acelerar a sua implementação e garantir o impacto mensurável. Reconhecemos a liderança e o apoio do Grupo Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento, do Grupo Banco Mundial, da Aliança de Instituições Financeiras Multilaterais Africanas, nomeadamente a Sociedade Financeira Africana, o Banco Africano de Exportação e Importação, o Grupo Banco de Comércio e Desenvolvimento, a Sociedade Africana de Resseguros, a Seguradora Africana de Desenvolvimento do Comércio e Investimento, o Banco de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e a PTA Reinsurance Company, e a Associação Africana de Segurança Social, bem como todos os demais parceiros multilaterais, bilaterais, técnicos e financeiros, pelo seu compromisso com esta agenda transformadora e pela mobilização de recursos para as infraestruturas em África. Exortamos estas instituições a aprofundarem a sua colaboração através de instrumentos de financiamento combinados, de partilha de riscos e capital catalisador para desbloquear investimentos transformadores em infraestruturas. Saudamos o impulso decisivo alcançado desde a primeira cimeira de financiamento em Dakar, em 2014, e a segunda cimeira de financiamento de Dakar, em 2023, que galvanizaram com sucesso a vontade política e motivaram a decisão da Cimeira sobre o financiamento de desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, bem como os compromissos assumidos na Declaração da Cimeira Africana de Energia de Dar es Salaam, em 2025, mobilizando ações para o acesso universal à energia. Apelamos a um acompanhamento sustentado e com base nos resultados destes compromissos. Saudamos a colaboração produtiva e decisiva entre a AUDA-NEPAD e a ANFI, bem como os progressos alcançados na seleção de 13 projetos financiáveis do PIDA PAP 2 para investimento. Apelamos ainda ao estabelecimento imediato do mecanismo de financiamento de projetos da ANFI como um mecanismo continental crucial que posiciona a África no sentido de uma maior soberania financeira e transformação a longo prazo. Orientamos a AUDA-NEPAD, em estreita colaboração com a CUA e a ANFI, a acelerar o seu estabelecimento. Manifestamos a nossa preocupação pelo facto de, apesar destes progressos, a África continuar a enfrentar lacunas significativas no financiamento de infraestruturas. Apelamos a uma ação urgente e coordenada no sentido de aumentar a execução de infraestruturas sustentáveis, particularmente em regiões carentes e contextos frágeis. Reafirmamos o nosso compromisso inabalável para o sucesso do segundo plano decenal de implementação como uma medida crucial para a concretização da Agenda 2063. Reconhecemos que infraestruturas resilientes e de classe mundial são a espinha dorsal essencial para o alcance da integração e industrialização de África. E tomamos nota de que o Plano de Ação Prioritário do PIDA 2, PIDA PAP 2, fornece o plano para essa transformação. Apelamos aos Estados-membros no sentido de integrarem as prioridades do PIDA PAP 2 nos planos de desenvolvimento nacionais e nos quadros orçamentais. Preocupados com as barreiras estruturais à execução de projetos, mais precisamente com a falha do mercado no financiamento da preparação de projetos em alto risco, em fase inicial, o que cria uma escassez crónica de projetos financiáveis e desencoraja o investimento. Apelamos à criação de instrumentos financeiros específicos e de parcerias público-privadas para superar estas lacunas de financiamento. Tomando nota ainda do trabalho crítico que está a ser realizado pela CUA e pela AUDA-NEPAD no desenvolvimento do Programa de Desenvolvimento Industrial Acelerado para a África, garantindo o uso produtivo de infraestruturas e investimentos em energia para acelerar o desenvolvimento industrial em alinhamento com a ZCLCA e acelerando o desenvolvimento industrial para a África. Nós, os chefes de Estado e de Governo da União Africana, aqui presentes e representados, exploramos, com as reformas políticas e regulamentares, que podem desbloquear o capital institucional nacional, alavancando a agenda de 5%, que inclui os ativos da Segurança Social Nacional Africana e os fundos soberanos e de seguros. A AUDA, NEPAD e o MAP devem considerar a possibilidade de preparar as orientações necessárias para a eventual implementação da agenda de 5%. Exploramos igualmente as diferentes formas inovadoras de financiamento da preparação de projetos em fase inicial, criando um conjunto sólido de projetos de infraestruturas financiáveis. Aprovamos os projetos de investimento apresentados nesta cimeira e acolhemos com agrado os 38 projetos financiáveis e o compromisso das instituições financeiras e dos parceiros de desenvolvimento em apoiar os 13 projetos PIDA-PAP 2, representando uma mobilização de investimento combinado de 18 mil milhões de dólares como resultado direto desta cimeira. Apelamos a um acompanhamento transparente dos desembolsos e ao desenvolvimento de marcos de implementação. Exortamos os bancos multilaterais de desenvolvimento, as instituições financeiras de desenvolvimento e os parceiros internacionais a facilitar as condições de financiamento, incluindo a reestruturação da dívida, o redirecionamento dos direitos especiais de saque e o financiamento concessionário, a fim de libertar uma maior capacidade financeira para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Defendemos instrumentos específicos para a África, que reflitam as realidades de desenvolvimento do continente. Continuamos comprometidos com uma iniciativa presidencial de campeões para infraestruturas, PC, realizada, que resolva os estrangulamentos transfronteiriços, acelere os acordos regionais e garanta a execução atempada de projetos de infraestruturas transfronteiriças. Felicitamos a República da África do Sul pela realização bem-sucedida da reunião dos chefes de Estado da Iniciativa Presidencial de Campeões para Infraestruturas, no dia 9 de fevereiro de 2025. Acolhemos com agrado a revitalização da PC, com um foco renovado na expansão da mobilização de recursos através de diálogos presidenciais investidores anuais e na instituição de uma reunião anual da equipa técnica da PC para coordenação e monitorização. Exortamos os Estados-membros a reafirmarem o seu compromisso com o secretariado da PC através de contribuições financeiras e técnicas e a reforçarem os pontos focais nacionais para uma coordenação eficaz. Solicitamos à equipa técnica da PC no sentido de reorganizar o processo da PICE e estabelecer um quadro que melhore o apoio aos membros da PICE, a fim de acelerar a finalização dos projetos e garantir a execução atempada das iniciativas de infraestruturas. Orientamos as instituições do PIDA, nomeadamente a Comissão da União Africana, a Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, o Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento, outras IFD africanas, a Comissão Económica das Nações Unidas para a África, as comunidades económicas regionais e dos Estados-membros a reforçarem a colaboração necessária para a execução acelerada, eficaz e coordenada deste programa continental. Manifestamos a nossa preocupação com o atraso na retificação dos instrumentos jurídicos que estabelecem as instituições financeiras africanas, nomeadamente o Banco de Investimento, o Fundo Monetário Africano e o Banco Central Africano, uma vez que constituem pilares fundamentais para o financiamento de programas de desenvolvimento em todo o continente incluindo projetos de infraestruturas identificados como iniciativas emblemáticas no âmbito da Agenda 2063 e exortamos os Estados-membros que ainda não o fizeram a acelerarem a assinatura, ratificação e operacionalização destas instituições cruciais que são essenciais para reforçar a independência financeira de África e promover o desenvolvimento sustentável. Reiteramos o apoio à abordagem do corredor econômico integrado como estratégia central para a industrialização e o desenvolvimento da cadeia de valor regional no âmbito do PAIDA e da ZCLCA, dando prioridade a plataformas abrangentes que combinem logística eficiente, energia fiável e redes digitais de alta velocidade com zonas económicas especiais e polos industriais. Comprometemo-nos a acelerar a operacionalização de planos diretórios sectoriais integrados e a, primeiro, implementar o mercado único africano de eletricidade e o seu plano diretor do sistema elétrico continental como instrumentos para reforçar a segurança energética e expandir o acesso universal à energia e a galvanizar o apoio à Missão 300 e à Iniciativa Africana para as Energias Renováveis para impulsionar uma transição energética justa. Segundo, orientados pela estratégia de transformação digital para a África, comprometemo-nos a colmatar o fosso em matéria de infraestruturas e competências digitais, garantindo o acesso universal e seguro à internet, acelerando a criação de pontos de intercâmbio de tráfego, internet e centros de dados. Comprometemo-nos igualmente a promover o uso responsável da inteligência artificial em infraestruturas e transportes, incentivando a inovação e o investimento, fomentando parcerias público-privadas, garantindo uma governação ética e inclusiva, aumentando a segurança e a sustentabilidade e reforçando a cooperação internacional e o desenvolvimento de capacidades em conformidade com as normas mundiais. Reiteramos o nosso compromisso de expandir e modernizar as infraestruturas e os serviços de transportes, promovendo simultaneamente uma transição justa para uma mobilidade sustentável e com baixas emissões de carbono. Comprometemo-nos especificamente a acelerar a conclusão da rede de autoestradas transafricanas, o desenvolvimento da rede integrada ferroviária africana, a mobilização de financiamento para o desenvolvimento de um plano diretor continental de infraestruturas de aviação, incluindo uma arquitetura de espaço aéreo integrada no âmbito do Mercado Único Africano de Transportes Aéreos e o reforço do transporte urbano sustentável, do desenvolvimento marítimo, da governação dos transportes rodoviários e da segurança rodoviária em todo o continente. Comprometemo-nos ainda a integrar a tecnologia e a inovação em todo o ciclo de vida das infraestruturas. Priorizamos a igualdade do género, o empoderamento dos jovens e a inclusão social na cadeia de valor das infraestruturas, garantindo que o investimento catalise o acesso a oportunidades de empregos e empreendedorismo para todos os cidadãos. Apelamos à criação de infraestruturas e soluções de transportes resilientes às alterações climáticas e com baixas emissões de carbono em todo o continente. Assim, pela presente, solicitamos a Comissão da União Africana, em colaboração com a AUDA-NEPAD, as instituições financeiras africanas e as comunidades económicas regionais a elaborar um roteiro de implementação dos compromissos assumidos na Cimeira de Luanda, a ser apresentado à Conferência da União Africana. Solicitamos a CUA e a AUDA-NEPAD, em colaboração com o BAD, a ANFI, a UNECA e a SER, a acelerarem o desenvolvimento da rede de autoestradas transafricanas através de um programa de investimento regional financiável a médio e longo prazo e a acelerarem a implementação do plano diretor da rede integrada ferroviária africana, com foco nas normas de interoperabilidade e na estruturação de projetos de corredores prioritários para financiamento. Apelamos à CUA e ao DANEPAD a acelerarem a elaboração do Programa para o Desenvolvimento Industrial Acelerado de África, garantindo a articulação estratégica com os quadros das SCLCA, da Iniciativa Presidencial para as Infraestruturas e do PIDA, para análise e adoção pelos órgãos deliberativos da próxima Cimeira Ordinária da União Africana. Apelamos igualmente às instituições responsáveis pela implementação do PIDA, CUA, ao DANEPAD, SER, Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento e Comissão Económica das Nações Unidas para a África, a tomarem as medidas necessárias para reforçar as instalações de preparação de infraestruturas existentes, incluindo o SDM e o NEPAD e PPF, e, quando necessário, a criarem instalações dedicadas à preparação de infraestruturas e ao investimento com um mandato específico para abordar exclusivamente o déficit de financiamento na preparação de projetos de alto risco e em fase inicial. Apelamos ainda à CUA e ao DANEPAD a acelerarem os preparativos em curso com as iniciativas ou instituições financeiras africanas para a criação de uma plataforma dedicada para o investimento em infraestruturas, com o objetivo de acelerar o financiamento do PIDA-PAP2, do CMP-FCM e de outros projetos regionais de infraestruturas. Apelamos, por outro lado, às instituições financeiras e de desenvolvimento no sentido de prestarem apoio financeiro e técnico específico para garantir a implementação dos 13 projetos do PIDA-PAP2, aprovados nesta cimeira, da iniciativa M300, do Programa de Investimento da Rede de Autoestradas Transafricanas, da Rede Integrada Ferroviária Africana, dos projetos da PICI e do Mercado Único Africano de Transportes Aéreos. Apelamos à CUA, em colaboração com a ALDA-NEPAD, a criar um mecanismo de monitorização e apresentação de relatórios para fazer o acompanhamento da implementação da presente declaração e dos compromissos aqui assumidos. Apelamos igualmente aos nossos parceiros multilaterais, bilaterais e do setor privado a alinharem o seu apoio financeiro e técnico com as prioridades definidas nesta cimeira. Solicitamos à Comissão da União Africana a facilitar a apresentação da presente Declaração de Luanda dos chefes de Estado africanos à Conferência da União Africana para análise e adoção. A adotada pelos chefes de Estado e de Governo na terceira Cimeira sobre o Financiamento e Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África, realizada em Luanda, República de Angola, aos 30 dias do mês de outubro do ano 2025. Obrigado.
Agradecendo ao Dr. Paulo Tecas, porta-voz da Cimeira, que procedeu à leitura da declaração do documento que sintetiza as conclusões e os compromissos desta terceira Cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Para encerrar oficialmente os trabalhos, convidamos Sua Excelência José de Lima Massano, Ministro de Estado para a Coordenação Económica da República de Angola, a proferir a declaração oficial de encerramento da Cimeira.
Excelência Dr. Bonito de Sousa Baltazar Diogo, ex-vice-presidente da República de Angola, distintos senhores ministros, senhora Comissária para Infraestruturas e Energia da União Africana, senhora Diretora Executiva da AUDA-NEPAD, senhoras e senhores representantes dos países membros da União Africana, distintos delegados e representantes de instituições financeiras e parceiros de desenvolvimento, caros convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Chegamos ao fim da Cimeira de Luanda sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, organizada com base na convicção de que o sucesso da Agenda 2063 da União Africana depende da implementação eficaz do Programa para o Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África, o PIDA, e para reafirmar a visão de construção de uma África conectada e moderna. É consensual que, pese embora o reconhecimento de avanços em algumas regiões do nosso continente, ainda persiste um expressivo déficit de infraestruturas em África, que constitui um dos principais entraves ao crescimento económico, à redução das desigualdades regionais, ao comércio intra-africano e à melhoria da qualidade de vida dos nossos cidadãos. Nestes 3 dias de cimeira, transformamos Luanda no centro do nosso continente, com um diálogo de alto nível entre Estados-membros da União Africana, instituições financeiras e parceiros internacionais que culminaram na Declaração de Luanda, que contém compromissos concretos para fortalecer os mecanismos africanos de financiamento. Ou seja, um roadmap acabamos daqui de nos aperceber da apresentação que foi efetuada, capaz de ajudar-nos a mobilizar, conceber, estruturar, financiar e implementar as infraestruturas para promovermos desenvolvimento socioeconómico à escala continental. Assim, em nome de Sua Excelência o Presidente da República e Presidente em exercício da União Africana, Dr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, gostaria de expressar o nosso muito sincero agradecimento a todos que, vindos de diversas regiões de África e do mundo, se juntaram a nós para assegurar o sucesso desta cimeira, nomeadamente a Comissão da União Africana, a AUDA-NEPAD, particularmente a senhora Nardos Bekele Thomas e a sua muito dinâmica e dedicada equipa, aos oradores, participantes e convidados que partilharam a sua experiência e perspectivas sobre o futuro, às instituições financeiras multilaterais internacionais e nacionais pela confiança e compromissos assumidos, aos nossos patrocinadores, cujo apoio ajudou-nos a tornar este encontro possível, a imprensa nacional e internacional, órgãos de defesa e segurança, serviços de saúde e a todos os prestadores de serviços pelo trabalho incansável. E, por fim, a todos os membros da Comissão Nacional Organizadora deste evento, coordenada operacionalmente pelo Sr. Ministro das Obras Públicas, Urbanismo e Habitação de Angola, o Dr. Carlos Santos, pelo forte sentido de missão e fazerem jus à hospitalidade que nos caracteriza como angolanos e africanos que somos. Senhoras e senhores, ao partirmos, levamos conosco o espírito de colaboração e otimismo conquistados na Cimeira de Luanda. Aqui reforçamos o diálogo e a cooperação pan-africana, desenvolvemos novas parcerias e reafirmamos o nosso compromisso, determinação em trabalhar em conjunto para assumirmos a nossa posição no mundo como um motor de crescimento global. Com estas palavras, declaro encerrada a Cimeira de Luanda, desejo um bom regresso a todos e, como dizemos por cá, estamos juntos. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Sua Excelência, Sr. José de Lima Massano, Ministro de Estado para a Coordenação Económica da República de Angola. Excelências, senhoras e senhores, com as palavras de Sua Excelência o Ministro de Estado José de Lima Massano, damos por encerrada a terceira Cimeira de Financiamento para o Desenvolvimento de Infraestruturas em África. Que esta Cimeira, realizada sob o patrocínio de Sua Excelência o Presidente da República de Angola e o Presidente da União Africana, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, representa um marco decisivo no caminho para uma África mais integrada, conectada e próspera. Antes de concluirmos, expressamos o nosso profundo apreço a todos os patrocinadores, parceiros e instituições cujo apoio foi determinante para o sucesso desta cimeira. O nosso agradecimento estende-se igualmente a todas as delegações participantes pelo empenho e pelo contributo que enriqueceram este encontro. Foi para mim um privilégio e uma grande honra ter desempenhado o papel de mestre de cerimónias desta cimeira. Desejamos a todos um bom regresso aos vossos países e a continuação de frutuosas parcerias em prol do desenvolvimento do nosso continente. Muito obrigada. Boa tarde.